Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Forget to start one of my tools here. We are ready for Warlock Day 2, pushing it into Torment 12. We already cleared Pit 100 yesterday, so we know that we can clear Pit 100. But today we're gonna have to push this all the way to the next level pretty hard. So quite excited to see where this is going. I did actually fix my passives so that we are now supposedly using up less resource because spending dominance to summon a demon, as we do with our Infernal Breath, supposedly, allegedly, this should be responsible for giving us less resource costs. So right now we pay 30 resource for this. 30. And it kind of is 30. But if I now spend dominance, it's less. Okay, so that works. It's interesting because if the resource cost drops to 14, if we now play the Crown of Lucian, because this is like the problem, I can pretty much summon this dude, right, and then I can spam away. As you can see, I'm not losing any resource. I have infinite resource. Look at that. It's crazy, right? So I just have to like make sure that my thingy is active and I can just go away. That was the question, if I would put on the Crown of Lucian, if that would ruin it. Because obviously the Crown of Lucian makes things more expensive. So from 14 up, right? So we got the 630. So we're gonna activate the skill and then hold down. And see, like that's the problem here. Right now it goes all the way up to 40 again. And that's really not, that we can't do that. So optimally, my question now is, do I reduce my resource cost further? Because we get resource cost reduction on one thingy. So if I now reduce my resource even, like here on the amulet, tempering resource, and I go for resource cost reduction again, right? So that brings it down from 14, when we use this now, to 13. So that's already, like, when we multiply it up further forward, right? That brings it down to 36. It's quite nifty. If I now make it greater, we would bring it down to 10, which then is like somewhere around 30. That's actually manageable. I wonder, do we have resource cost reduction? Could we get that on a helmet or so as a greater affix? Aha. Loik, good to see you there. PoE2 later this month. Screams, good day. Katie, good afternoon. Hope you're feeling all great. So we got some PoE2 still planned. Don't you worry about that, but not anytime soon. First, we got many other things to do. We're gonna try to use the Nagu rune. Nagu. Do I have a Nagu? That's the question. Nagu. Okay, Nagu for Prid. That was at least my plan. Because technically, if we have 5 summons and the dudes, the fallen around me, should count as summons and everything, we should be good. So we cleared a Pit 100 already, but we're not speedrunning it yet. So we're gonna do Pit 11 to warm up. My wife sent me a message. I need to listen to that in a second. So we get this. I'm gonna see like resource cost equals to non-existent. We get that one figured out. Yeah, the new Paragon board that I choose for this is like working such a charm, so that's amazing. Oh, I forgot to actually put the planner in the video for the, at least the level build for this, right? And look, we can speed run the 90 now. Obviously, I mean, we could probably speed run the 100 too. I wasn't expecting the changes to be so significantly good for what we're doing, but damn, they just worked, right? I pretty much removed like one of the bonuses that was not doing all too much. So I get like 450% bonus damage against enemies that are healthy. But what does 450% against healthy enemies use you when you don't get that against like non-healthy enemies, right? So healthy and injured. That was just not good enough to even remotely think about. And 450% is great, but I'd rather have like all the time bonus damage than sometimes. If you had to choose between PoE and Diablo, I don't have to, my friend. I mean, having to choose only one ARPG, I'd prefer to play none because none has enough content. Okay. ARPGs brilliate if you actually dive into the genre and play more games out of the genre, because the genre is great, but singular games they just don't have enough. I know it sounds harsh because there are good games out there, right? But they're just lacking the content to keep you consistently busy, especially if you like to try new things, right? And new systems and that kind of stuff. Oh. Okay, like almost 100 billion standards, so that's good. Great start. Okay, as you notice, like our glyphs are far from being upgraded. We have so much to do today. Actually crazy. I wonder if I should go for destruction. No, destruction wouldn't work for what we're doing. Okay, like stop hitting me, you stupid elemental. I am upgrading my things. Never thought about it that way. Trivial. It's very simple, Trivial. The games are great, all of them. Like every single ARPG is fantastic. They're so much fun to play. But realistically, they just don't offer enough content to keep you continuously busy. It might sound harsh, but it is really like that. Okay, Wrath gives me more Wrath back when I use my skills. A Torchlight 2, for example, Torchlight 2 is great. It's a fantastic, but I wouldn't ever play Torchlight 2 main, right? I would play Torchlight 2 in between, but never as the only game ever. The same as PoE 2, the same as Diablo. I wouldn't just sit down and be like, that's my game now, right? I never want to, nah. The fun part is, the better you actually become at ARPGs, the better you become at every ARPG, right? You don't just become good at one. You become better at all of them. Quite significantly, though, so. And that's actually an interesting development in my eyes, right? To see like, oh man, I'm actually getting smarter about all of this. We're gonna make a Necromanium build. Yes, still do have to make one, but we are currently like doing a lot of things, right? And we have only that much time, sadly. By the way, quick message. So my wife was at the doctor today, so I needed to hear if everything is fine. Like this. Okay, what are we're gonna like finish our work plan here and then push our character further forward because our work plans are like severely under leveled because we've rushed this character. Like there's no tomorrow. Also, patch is coming, chat, next week, more or less confirmed by Blizzard. In the creator Discord, but we're allowed to tell you. So patch is on the way. That should address most of the shortcomings of the league in their own words. So that like sounds promising. Not everything, but most of the shortcomings. So I'm quite excited to see what we're actually gonna have cooking there. I mean, that means we still have to deal this week with the shortcomings, but I guess like it's only today, tomorrow, like it's a few days. Is there a planner for this build? Yes, we actually did make a planner for the level version. Sadly, I don't have a planner for this build yet, as I just changed all my Paragon boards. Like literally before coming online, I changed every single Paragon board as I was planning to try out a few new things. And yeah, here we are, stronger than ever now. So the changes are insane. They're super useful. They were exactly what this build needed. And now we're even more powerful than we have been before. Actually a really good build for like farming of these portals. If I now was farming the portals with like multiple people together, I'd be an absolute demon. Haha, puns intended. Because you know I'm a warlock and they're demons and you get it, right? Yeah. Oh, Mr. Rache-Schnelzer. Jesus Christ. Schnelzer. GG. Thank you for your subscription and support. Stinger Spiritborn is kind of lackluster right now. I haven't tried the Spiritborn this season yet. So we're sitting at 34,000 life, chat. When we go into demon form, it's actually more life. See, like we get a lot of life. We always are in need of more maximum life, because more maximum life is more damage for this build. Especially while you're in demon form, so it's like super useful. It's an insane damage booster. I still gotta put that planner in the description. Thank you for reminding me. One thing I keep noticing is that I don't think Heavenly Strength actually works. I need a confirmation from Blizzard for that. But I don't think that Heavenly Strength works, because technically we are not having a two-handed weapon equipped. And I need to ask in the Discord if Heavenly Strength even works for Necro. For Warlock. Does Heavenly Strength even work for Warlock in demon form? Because Druid has like a problem where if you are in bear form, then your ability just stops working, your Heavenly Strength, because you are obviously a bear or a wolf, and in bear or wolf form you do not have hands, so you cannot have a two-handed weapon on, and therefore the aspect just doesn't work, which would be really upsetting. But then I could actually go for something else. For example, I could go for just armor booster with whatevs, but might be more efficient than trying to make Heavenly Strength work. There's like about coming to tell us about yesterday, Vectors. Oh, like I am trying Vectors, but for example, this morning we had to do the video about amulets, in case you missed that, because there's a new way how to craft amulets. I promised to put that into a video. Now we're gonna play the Warlock, so you know I'm trying to sometimes do 2 videos per day, but it's hard because it takes time. So the Warlock isn't forgotten, but yeah, time constraints, my friend. We'll definitely reserve a day that we just return to only play that Necro build and make it good or better, because it's already good, but we can always make it better. Especially when with the things I know about amulet crafting now, right? Because I don't require a specific amulet for that build. Do you know what for an absolute obscene amulet I can make for a minion build? Because minions profit like heavily from ranks. So if I can now buff those ranks of minions even further. I mean, with all skills, every single minion. Yeah. That's gonna be plenty illegal. You reach 100% crit chance with a Bearstone build? 60%, I think. Not 100%, no. I mean, you can reach 100% if you really get every single critical strike chance that I have on all my items as a greater affix. But I'm unwilling and not interested in actually farming that much. Right? I mean, it would just take an obnoxious amount of time to do that. We'll probably do it towards like when I'm done with experimenting new builds, then we're gonna try to push one build that I enjoyed the most, the furthest, right? That isn't necessarily the strongest build, but just seeing like what we can do and see if we can become the #1. So we'll have to see about that. Okay, finally we get it. I'm gonna hand out the planner like M&Ms in a second. Let's return back to the base so we don't die. Wait, we need more Helltide Harvest. Jesus. So, on top, here we go. Got Delg reaching out. So Warlock is this one. Share is Warlock. I made a build using Wolf. Any gear and tips? Blue, I'm playing Bears, so I cannot really advise you on the Wolf. The only thing I can tell you is obviously skill ranks, right? On your charms. But that's the most generic advice, and I don't think you need that most generic advice because you're obviously an avid gamer. But yeah, that's what I can tell you, like, right on the nose. But I haven't played Wolf, so I'm not, you know, able to really give you the most in-depth one on that. Like, sure, I can tell you things, but will those things really help you? I'm going to put the planner also in the description of the YouTube video. This is currently only the 1 to 70 planner, but it is also where the full planner will end. Okay, so just like saying, planner. I miss the gun director. Will you back for Modern Warfare 4? No, Webs. I'm not planning to play online shooters anytime soon. At least not that kind of online shooter, right? If there's a cooperative fun shooter, maybe, but like let's not use the words cooperative fun shooter and Call of Duty in one sentence, okay? Let's not kid ourselves here, okay? Are stashes shared between solo cellphone characters? Yes, stashes are actually shared between solo cellphone characters. What does the aspect of lava do? Aspect of lava is brimstone exposed. Brimstones is sadly not worth it. We have a new item that we have to try out, chat. So there's an item called, Diablo filters. It is a glove for necromancers. It is called glove for warlocks. Glove. The glove is called Molochs. Pain Gorgers, Hand of the World Breaker. No. Thrice Woven Nightmare. No. It is called Hand of Apotheosis. Metamorph gains all upgrades for free. But that one comes from Bartu. Should we once in a while try to join a Infernal Horde? Do I have an Infernal Horde? I mean, we could join an Infernal Horde while we wait for a... Yeah. See if we can get a Hand of Apotheosis, okay? Which necro build is best in your opinion? Well, if you're just looking for like the highest hit finisher, Summoner, Bloodwave. If you're looking for the most fun, I would easily say Summoner. Summoner is just great. And then there's also like in between builds, like Bone Spirit, really good for speed farming. So if you're just looking to run through the Helltide, that's where the Bone Spirit really comes in. Well, the Summoner actually also really good for speed farming because you have like so many minions and they're just clapping cheeks, right? So there are quite some interesting things to do. Can we do a higher Torment tier than 10 already? Yup, but there's not more loot, so why bother right now? My first build, Sorcerer, but new season, so on Druid. Druid is absolutely amazing this season, so you made the right decision. The right call was made. Okay, Anchored Masses, Teaming Masses. I'm trying to always like take everything related to masses because I like to put things in there. Fun to put things into etheric masses, even though not a single one has spawned anything. Oh, they just get instantly destroyed because my heads are just jumping and bumping everywhere, right? Probably gonna get rid of life on hit on gear. I've been using life on hit right now, but I don't think I'll do that any longer because I'm just losing too many multipliers to really use life on hit. So something we sadly have to abandon. Life on hit was interesting because life on hit allows you to restore a lot of your HP quickly. But I'm also burying up enough nicely, so not like I require it. Chaos Wave. Let's see what we can. First pit 100 this season. Let's go, Kitty. Congratulations. Ether Goblin. Oh, that's going to be interesting. Considering that I can blanket the whole screen with these, right? And we get the goblins. Ladies and gentlemen. Like, obviously that's going to be a good idea, right? How absolutely obnoxiously stupid. The only problem is my demon form ran out, so we had to resort to not doing the damage. That was just brilliant. Honestly, getting this goblin wave here for this build is just great. The guaranteed Bartek fight, ladies and gentlemen. Colossal Fiends as well. Let's do that. That's a good idea. Another one. Nice Warlock. I'm gonna try. Haven't done any Warlock yet. Have let go of my Zealadin. How's Zealadin playing? Is it as good as I thought it would be, or is it just rather like okay? I'm not sure how effortlessly it's like kind of scaled. Like how I can fake demon form by just leaping, right? When I have to leap demon form and technically take a DPS minus and fake it. It's fun as hell. I'd love to hear that. Here. Because this is going to increase the ether that the lords are dropping. Oh, what are you doing here? Oh, Mr. Butcher. Let's solve this problem once and for all, should we? I mean, like, the Helltide seems to be actually amazing for, what is it called again? For the... for farming elites, right? Seems to work really good in that regard. So Warlock I can definitely vouch for. So far, really good. We have again cleared pit 100. We could technically go into Torment 12, but we haven't gone into Torment 12 because I need to fix my defense first. And then we're gonna jump into Torment 12. But yeah, like I didn't want to make a mistake there. Just ending up like a wet noodle poodle because we're getting our teeth kicked in left, right, and center. By the way, we swapped over to the Nagu rune to summon our Prid, and it's actually working really well because we kind of have like our basic skill who puts summons around us, right? We have our heads that also do count as summons, as it seems, right? And then we get our head that we in between summon and our jumpy bumpy summons. So we actually do have a lot of summons to like continuously trigger the Prid rune. Kind of nice. Christ, how useful that was. Oh god, there's a fire explosion happening. Okay, we can summon him over and over. So this is wave number 6, which I actually find like super cool, because if this was now a 6-wave horde, I could already be fighting Bartek in a 6-wave horde. It's kind of like a little bit what I'm trying to achieve every single time. Right, I want to be able to kill Bartek in like 6 waves, because then this is like the only way how I would say you can reliably farm him. If you continuously make it to 6-wave hordes, like if you can make it in 6-wave hordes to Bartek. Now, what did the Hands of Apotheosis even do? Why do we want them? So the Hands of Apotheosis, they allow you to get all the demon varines for free. And they make your demon form stronger. And if they would make your demon form stronger, that would boost the effect of the damage stacking that we're doing with the demon form. I'm not entirely sure how much bonus strength that would equate to, but I think it could be quite something, so we're rather intrigued. See how well that actually works end of the day. See, we got an answer from Bjorn. Because I will die on this hill, but I feel like this does not work. Right? It just does not work. Okay, we got Lords do not leave at the end of the fight. What glyph are you using, Justin? You mean in Paragon board? Mostly demonology stuff and Hellfire boosters, but also crit and bonus resource. So there's one, for example, that gives you bonus resource generation, absolutely required. Because as you can see here, I want to be able to hold down my resource button. On top, I don't only just want to hold down my resource button, I do actually absolutely require the resource later when we want to play the Crown of Lucian. Because optimally for this build, I would want to play the Crown of Lucian, since with the Crown of Lucian, I could reliably boost my damage to the moon again. But in order to use the Crown of Lucian, I would really require some more resource cost reduction. So to make that work. Right now, I can't make it like really work. Okay. I would be happy about 2,000 ether if it would do anything. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? But I mean, it's like useless to have this much ether, because like you can take everything, but it's not even like going to give you that much more of things. Kind of sad. Could you simply as you can? When do you want weapon damage and when not for any class? You always want weapon damage. Okay. Now, if your summons, I think your summons don't care about weapon damage. So technically, as a necro, you don't require it. Critical damage multiplier is better. But you want for every single skill that weapon damage, because your weapon's base damage is the base of your skill's damage that then multiplies upwards, right? Just that often the critical strike damage multiplier is just better than the actual weapon damage, if you then do an upgrade, right? But technically, weapon damage greater affix is like a must on your weapon. There's just no reason why you wouldn't want to have it. Now, the question is rather if your offense needs weapon damage or not. I think for casters, it's useless. For example, for our druid who has a totem, it actually is useful, as like your offhand totem also does scale your damage. So most of the cases, the answer is yes, you do want it. Can play with you. We're playing solo self-found, as you can see in the top right corner. Solo self-found means I cannot play with you, even if I wanted to. So why are we playing solo self-found? Because we're actually participating in the solo self-found leaderboards, as I find the normal leaderboards a complete joke. as it actually is shown in the Druid leaderboard, because the first place Druid grinder is a serious guy who actually is a Diablo partner, so aka no RMT from him. While the second place, or now new first place, is clearly RMTing like there's no tomorrow. It's absolutely brutal. So yeah. RMT is real money trading, in case you didn't know. Okay, Bartek, hopefully you're gonna give me my gloves in also good, right? Oh wow, that poor Bartek. Damn. We pooped on him, and that was Torment 10. We did not get the gloves that we were looking for, Chad. It's a bit disappointing. We could technically play... Oh, this is Malos beating Flame with damage over time. Wow. I mean, it is a greater affix Malos, and it's better than the one I have, realistically, right? But it's just not good because it is like, it doesn't give me what I need. Well, I guess at least I finished a Helltide here in Torment 10, so I got myself some stuff for it. Yay. Gotta be happy about something. But we're not. Are you playing the Eliminator Glyph? No, I actually put the Eliminator Glyph away. I was playing it, but I'm currently playing the, was it the Wrath or the Spirit Glyph? I think here it's called Wrath to give me bonus resource. Okay, this is going to be interesting finds here. Physical. That pants has 3 to command Fallen. If we actually ever wanted to play the command Fallen build, I probably need to go for it. Also, my boots have Hellfire Skills. Yeah, they're good. So, what do we have here? We got a Resplendent Spark, which is obviously useless. And the Theme of the Primes. The Call of Malefic Torment. Malefic is useless. We have 1 Hands of Apotheosis. The Metamorphosis gains all upgrades for free, and they're 50% more potent. But it's like a low roll one and it's a useless one. We're going to keep it regardless.
You know where to find me.
It's not bad to have, but this way we can't really use it. It's just not useful.
Quiet here. Mostly.
We need a different aspect on our chest because I feel like Heavenly Strength doesn't work. So what do we have? Reduction. Let's see. We got increased fortified, damage reduction, well fortified, diabolical armor, demon form grounds damage reduction, plus an additional 4 or 5 seconds anytime you take fire damage up to 10%. So that'd be 30% damage reduction. Disobedience would be damage over time. Then we got aspect of might, which is useless. And crowd controlled enemy gives damage reduction. I mean, I can play diabolical armor. Kind of feels shitty, but at least we have something, right? The boss killer warlock. The boss killer warlock still works. Frank and Pope. And it does even work better because if you get a sit, like they fix kind of like how the retargeting of the I-beam works. However, it's still like, let's open up Helltides. As much better as it's working. Oh, no worms. What is this game? It is the game called Diablo 4, my friend. Okay, we're looking for worms to attack us. Not a single worm has attacked us during our watch here. Okay. Kind of disappointing. We can find some worms here. I'm running sorceress with Blizzard Shock skill. It does massive damage in AoE. Is it fun? Does it work? Are you enjoying yourself? We're streaming TikTok or something. No, we're not streaming TikTok or something. You're simply in the vertical stream. We also do have a horizontal stream, my friend. So you just simply stumbled into the stream with the weird aspect ratio. But we also have one in a normal aspect ratio running. I know my Wrath is full and I should be fighting. Goddamn hellworms, but oh, you know what? Why we're not fighting hellworms? Because someone is just writing this down right now. There's someone around here and he's writing down my hellworms. Can't be having that, can we? I mean, it's good how quick we can move through everything, right? We don't have to go back on our horse, because our horse would be slower than this. Decisively slower. Down here. Path of Exile look better than this because the graphics of Path of Exile are more grim-dark. While Diablo went surprisingly more colorful than Path of Exile. I think a lot of people enjoyed the Diablo 2 grim-dark atmosphere. I mean, let's not talk about Diablo 3 because that one was graphically a big dud. I mean, I'm like, people are complaining, don't you have phones? I mean, have you ever seen Diablo 3? We don't play Barb. We will play Barb too, Yogo, but I play every class. So I'm not an opportunist. I don't stick to the best class. Barb is not the best class, but you get my drift. I play everything and I provide builds for everything, especially builds that everyone can make. And that are fun to play. Okay, that one is fixed. Now we gotta do 2 pits, and we're gonna do pit 100 runs, I think, to finally get our glyphs leveled up, okay? Your Necro at hard, yeah, but Necro ran, Necro walked so Warlock could run, right? I mean, Warlock is just the better Necromancer. It's just like from a class concept perspective, because I'll be honest, the Necro is just like still feels to this point like there's so much missing in functionality wise, and that's actually really, really sad. Like one of my favorite classes to play. Okay, something is dealing extreme damage over time here to me. Oh no, I'm being hunted by the So there's one thingy, it's like called reprisal, and like this is like essentially counter damage when you hit someone. And if you ever wonder, like when you waltz into a bunch of enemies and they're like you're taking way too much damage, and you kind of like wonder what's going on. This is weird. It's probably because you're just being hit by reprisal, right? One of the most annoying enemy thingies next to these absolutely overtuned red globby dudes going off and killing you instantly. The worst part is if you don't see the reprisal gun, you're just dead. Is it hitting your own face? That is exactly true. And for some builds, that is disastrous. Especially like for me here, because I rely on healing myself up with my own damage. So I do damage, but my damage also provides me barrier, and my damage provides me heal. And if I now get counter damage on top of the damage and heal and barrier I provide, then I'm actually like my whole stick of empowering myself just falls flat. What do you think of the unique mythics where you can only use one? You cannot only use one, you can only use one crafted. Okay, big difference. So if you find one, which is extremely hard and rare to do, but if you find one, then you can obviously use multiple. Especially if you then find one that you can actually like use and that is good for your build and that you are not just using because you found it, right? So I do like the concept in itself, but again, the drop rates and everything just doesn't reflect how we would need it to be. Because obviously we're not getting enough of them to feel like satisfied with the whole system. More like, sure, I mean, cool to know that it exists, but like the average player cannot just participate, right? Currently, it's only like a grinder thing, and even for the grinders, it's quite daunting. Oh, good. Look at the boss damage. That was a good start, Chad. Absolute amazing pit 100. A little speed zoomer there. Get Wrath up. Like, not sure if we're going to keep Wrath. Like, I haven't really decided on that one. Monologist, +3. Jordy, both. I mean, nerd, I was also supposed to find more Echoing Hatred invitations, one of the endgame mechanics, and I'm yet to find a single Echoing Hatred invitation. So, yay, make out of that what you want, but where the fuck is my Echoing Hatred? Also, one thing we also don't have is Vulnerable. I'm actually playing the whole time without Vulnerable, because I cannot get my Aspect of a Cursed Touch into me. That means I do actually have to take this helmet here right now. Then we're going to reroll the focus reroll. The healing received is a utility aspect, I think. Yeah. Chaotic reroll that into a resistance. Then we're going to chaotic reroll the resistance. We're hoping to hit like a resource one. Oh, that's life regeneration.
Mainlander, what do you seek?
Okay, because now I can play the aspect of a cursed touch, because right now we're playing completely without vulnerable, and later transfigure that on my amulet, but right now we can't transfigure that on the amulet, right? This is Sir Quay. Kuwait and Sir. Because we don't have a source of vulnerable, that's a big done, right? Hellfire Skills, the lore, that was we're missing. Cool. Actually, good start in the day. Like, you don't want to know how many we like re-rolled of this and we didn't get what we were looking for. Been problematic, so to say. 3 to Hellfire Skills. That's the Phoba. Already have that, but 3 to Hellfire Skills with a chance to freeze, which is actually really good. Two-handed weapons. I'm still trying to get like a good two-handed weapon, but for the love of God, we're not. Not sure what that is. Okay, we need to do one more pit. Let's keep up with the pit 100, so there's no reason to go deeper. How's the Warlock going? Very good. We just changed all the Paragon boards, so our resource scheme is just like really set in stone. If I now I pretty much get like Wrath generation, and if I then spend Dominance, I get even more Wrath cost reduction, so that I can now absolutely spam my ability. As you can see, I never run out of Wrath, which is actually insane when you think about it. Like I can just hold down the button, right, and I will genuinely never run out. It's impossible for me. See, like now I get the damage back, and that's reprisal. So here, like the moment again that we talked about, like when you die, because I'm doing so much damage so quick, right? I cannot prevent this from happening. There's someone with a reprisal. He'll just eat me up alive. There's the reprisal. You can see it. It's that yellow shield, and it just eats me up. A reprisal is not active the whole time, right? It's only sometimes active. So you pretty much, like, if you kill the enemies quick enough, or if you do damage to them while the reprisal is not up. But obviously, like, while we're just zooming here through, it's just hard to be like, oh no, the enemy has reprisal. We should stop doing DPS. But who does that? Tell me. Who genuinely is like, no, we need to stop quickly. No one, exactly. Now we have vulnerable on our opponents, which is good. Just left my demon form behind. I feel like I should swap one of my boards over to the damage reduction board, but I think I actually have it. Anyone else superstar for scatter prisms? No. Surprisingly, not at all. Maybe Nightmare Dungeon Escalation Material Reserve could help. I'm not entirely sure if they are also really good for scatter prisms. I'm just gonna assume that now. I remember at the start of the season, usually start for scattered prisms, right? But I don't really care about socketing things at the start. Oh, one of them. Oh, can I survive this long enough? Like, so you 120 billion. Let's go. Nice. I know 120 billion is not a lot. It's more like about how much DPS we're doing with everything hitting the enemy right at the same time. So that's more interesting than an actual single instance of 120 billion. More like, everything. The Arcfiend skills deal increased damage and gain their lesser demon upgrades for free with a 200% longer duration. But the lesser demon upgrades are usually useless. Demonologist up. Unbound up. See, for example, Vanguard is great for close damage to enemies, but I don't know if I'm actually going to play Vanguard, or if I would better be off like to get something like Demon Form increases Demonology skill damage, for example, and damage of Arcfiend skills, and we're pretty much like, this is not an Arcfiend skill, so that would be useless. Attrition is her Arcfiend, damage to bleeding targets, car controlled. And I've been thinking about like putting Ichor Carapace in. So Ichor Carapace is this one. You gain 35% increased armor and increase the damage of Demonology skills. This actually does make you more tanky. It might be better to play Ichor Carapace instead of Vanguard, because we anyways are not close to, like, we're not doing damage to close enemies anyways, right? I've been maining Lock and running the Profane Sentinel build. Evil, how is it feeling? The Profane Sentinel build? What do you think? Vibing. Okay, Health Tide activity up. That's great, because I can finally take the last one here for Bursting Brood. Then we get this one up for another upgrade. So, pit. Like, look at that. Legendary materials. Let's fucking go. We're going to go for the Nightmare Dungeon Escalation into another pit. Yeah. So I want to do like a lot of pits because we have a lot of glyphs to upgrade, right? So it's almighty, all-powerful. Well, where we're playing today, we're playing the Hellfire Warlock. The Hellfire Warlock is meant to be an absolute demon in Torment 12, and I think we're already doing very good on that regard. We still have to tinker a bit on the defenses to really make the defenses go super good. But I think we're like, you know, we're on a good road. My biggest problem right now is that I played a bit with life on hit, and I don't think I need life on hit to make this work. So what I really need right now is I need better gloves, I need a better amulet, I need better rings. So we've been going for a bit of like a weird item scheme right now. And the problem with that item scheme is that as much as it works, it also makes us weaker because we're not getting enough multipliers. So we've been missing out on like a lot of oh, someone has reprisal again. Oh my lord. I mean, like, we have literally been in these dungeons now, and every single time the first elite pack just has reprisal. It's one of the things that we're, by the way, pushing to get removed from the game, because let's be fair, reprisal is just blah. Okay, I just wanted to pick up the, you know what, we're gonna do that again. I just want to pick up the Heart of Stone. Life on hit would be for Bloodmid Idol Charm. No, sir. You're killing yourself with this build, in case you didn't know this. So this build is using a Demon Form Variant that burns yourself for every single Demon Form skill you use. You just don't see me burning myself because I am like over barriering as well, and I am also fortified up. And both of these things are kind of like making sure that I don't actually kill myself too quick. You know? That's a bit how it works here. Okay, adding vulnerable damage to the build surprisingly boosted my damage tremendously. Who would have guessed? What side of stone are your runes? Oh, my runes are like not. There is another one with reprisal again. They're non-negotiable right now. I need the Quay rune and I need the Prit rune, because otherwise I have to play Prit, and I really don't want to play Prit because you know what happens when I play Prit? Then I have to cast it manually, and if I have to cast it manually, I want to jump off a bridge. And since I don't want to jump off a bridge, like here we go, having our Prit rune being automatically cast by our game. I remember that very low lucky hit chance to freeze, actually quite useful. Actually quite useful. Oh, I wasn't in demon form. When did I bump out of demon form? I didn't even notice. And I prefer if I could go for the Gar rune, because my crit chance is relatively low. But I think if I remove the life on hit and go for crit chance, we should be fine. Probably the most needed part of the build. Getting our crit chance up. Mm-hmm. Okay, Vanguard. Oh no, Vanguard. We weren't sure if we needed that. Right now in the armor situation, I would actually go for Icar Carapace instead of Vanguard. I should do that. I'm gonna remove. Problem with Vanguard is that I just really don't stand close enough to opponents to make that one work. So I'd really just rather go for Icar Carapace and then get like the armor up. Yeah. I think Prit mod. What was doing mod again? Was it the Necromancer? The problem again is if I don't use Prit rune, I have to put Prit here in the menu. And I kind of want to play the Sigil of Chaos, because the Sigil of Chaos could later be used very easily with the Sigil set. So if I go for Seal of the Diamond Mine and keep out the Anathema of Primes, that would work great, but I can only do that if I actually get the Anathema of Primes as a really killer weapon, which I doubt I'll ever get. So that's that, right? What got me hooked about your builds is that you don't require only mythics. I mean, I would never do that to you, brother. Never. Builds need to be achievable by everyone. Blazer, by the way, thank you for the 66 months of support. Blazer, that's highly kind of you. Stay for such a long time. Realistic builds for the everyday man. That's what we do in here. Well, you can't craft mythics anymore. That's the thing. Or you can craft mythics, but it's a huge gamble. Right? Back in the days, it was a bit simpler. It was like, oh, Ring of Starless Skies, no problem. I'll make that. Air of Perdition, I'll make that. Well, that's not happening anymore. Not sure if that's a good move or a bad move. I mean, on the one hand, I like that it's like, I really like it because I dislike the fact that it was like just get Air of Perdition on every build, right? And there was like zero expression of skill. And now I actually have to think about what kind of helmet do I want to use, and if there's a helmet that's actually particularly good for the build, or if it would be better to actually go with a normal helmet, right? So like don't actually go for a unique helmet and play just a normal aspect. Could that be it? So that's actually cool that that's a consideration. I mean, how often has that ever been in the forefront of your mind? Like, could I just use something? I mean, in order to gamble mythics and for obolds, you would have to do a couple of Nightmare Dungeon escalations and always hit obolds. So it's going to take you an hour plus, potentially, to get the required obolds to gamble one inventory of obolds, which does not necessarily even get you a mythic. So as yes, easy it technically is, it is not fast, nor is it convenient, nor is it guaranteed compared to the craft. So you're not wrong, but 100k obolds, you know how long that would take most people to get. And the thing is, you know how boring that is. So the method is not a wrong method, but the method is unrealistic and unattainable for the normal player because they just don't go through that. They simply don't. It's a method for blasters, and that there you're correct. You know, I'm fully with you. You're correct. Great for blasters. Mr. Vidvarg, thank you for the Prime Gaming subscription. I saw that. Came over from YouTube. Love your videos. Prefer your D4 content over others. There's a lot to come of that, Vidvarg. Don't worry. We do not abandon D4. I actually don't see a reason for that because I think D4 is a fantastic game, right? What does the Cremators aspect do again? Cremators. Cremators was for... Well, you have... Ah, yes. That was overpower. And therefore useless. I remember. We need an amulet. We need a helmet. I think we need to gamble helmets today. Yeah, I'm going to try to gamble a helmet that gives me 4 ranks to Demonology skills. Because in case you didn't know this, but a helmet here can actually have ranks to Demonology skills. And that would obviously be insane for what we're doing, right? I mean, my Demonology skills are sitting at 35 only. So we can get so much more. It's better than the current situation. Honestly, before you brain dead farm bosses, yes, it might be more opportune to run those Nightmare Dungeon escalations, especially as you're getting other materials too, right? I mean, you got to consider that when you're running the Nightmare Dungeon escalations, you're not only just getting the obolds, you're also getting like some items, and you're getting progress in your Nightmare Dungeon tree. You're being ambushed by the Amalgam of Rage, so you get Astaroth loot. You might get a gold reserve in between. You might get a material reserve in between. So, I mean, like, considering that Nightmare Dungeons are the best kind of farm for everything, like, getting the obolds is obviously very convenient. Like, something you shouldn't scoff at. But again, if you find Nightmare Dungeons boring, then that's, like, unobtainable for you. Right? Yeah, I mean the the brothers and the like. There's so much you can do with Nightmare Dungeons for sure. Problem is my trees are not leveled up enough for that. To actually do that, I kind of want to turn up my demon form before I kill myself. Yeah, we need to turn up the demon form, but then you actually leave to stay in demon form. So it's like a little trick here, right? So for 4 seconds, you just gotta leave a bit because you stay in demon form for like 2-3 seconds while after you leave, and that maintains a lot of the peak damage you're doing, and then you pretty much return back to demon form, and we can do a pit 100 in 2 minutes. Yeah. No, I think I like that. For like Warlock being so heavily nerfed. Good. Is Bloodlines viable for tier 12 boss farming? I don't know how viable any of the blood builds are. They have been so heavily nerfed, and since the overpower loss, Warlock Necromancer has lost so much damage. I mean, before overpower gave you 192% damage multiplier with the amulet, right? And then in total like a 280% damage multiplier, and you're pretty much losing that. So I really have no idea how viable or unviable the blood builds currently are, right? I'm probably going with unviable, to be honest with you. Let's get up, and out of the mold. That was a good run. Okay, 2 minutes, pit 100, chat. I'm liking it. We're liking it. Obviously, rookie numbers. We're gonna push this up to 120 now. Considering that the best warlocks are 130, I mean, we're not that far off, right? Let's get the Icar Carapace running. Let's get it all the way leveled up. So we got 35% bonus armor, which is good. I love that when they kill you while you're standing here. Casual player. I enjoyed D4 when it was out. Didn't play in 2 years nor extension. I want to try Period 2. Any cheap warrior builds ideas? Saphir, if you want to play warrior, I would recommend in the beginning the totem, Fissure Totem Warrior. Super good. Starts with nice Bone Shredder fun, puts totem in, puts fissures down, explodes everything. You might think about a druid too. Druid is really nice, so high recommendation. If you want to play the current meta fun, you would go for Wimbo Bimbo. What would we go for? Current meta fun would be Monk. Monk has the most builds. Range is better for newer players. Surprisingly, I disagree. Or unsurprisingly, I disagree. Because a lot of people say range is better, but people that play range for the first time just die when an enemy comes close to them. Because they're made out of, like, paper. When anyone touches their feelings. I've actually seen more people die on range than on melee. Because on melee, you just stack armor in the beginning and you just survive. Okay, I went the wrong direction. I am not happy with this. This is why I love the Warlock, though, for Nightmare Dungeons, right? Look at the size of this Nightmare Dungeon and where you have to travel. And now imagine actually traveling this. Any tips for farming runes? Undercity. Or when you choose the more runes from the loot pool on bosses, lair bosses have like an upgrade for more runes. That should also sufficiently provide enough runes for you. First escalation done. See, that's like my problem with escalations. This is how you best run an escalation, right? So you don't actually fight anything, you just go through. Here, this is what I meant, by the way, of this note here, more runes, right? Very useful. Okay, what we got? We got strong rooms, diamond reserve. Oh, yes, diamond reserve. That's nice. Diamond reserve as a second is a guaranteed grant. Is it worth checking out D4 again? You played at launch. If you only played at launch, the game is completely different than what you played at launch. However, it is still Diablo 4, right? So like, you know, it's still that game. It's not suddenly not Diablo 4. Because some people, you know, like I'm saying this because some people just expect Diablo 4 to stop being D4 and something else. So if you dislike D4 from a principle standpoint, right, because you just don't like D4, then that hasn't changed. It's still D4. Wonder if I can rebuild my charge bob. I mean, isn't charge bob like super insane? Oh, actually, charge barb is super insane, sir. Like, in case you didn't know this, but charge barb right now, it's like flaming charge barb. It goes like up around, charges through enemies. It's a bit like Evade Spiritborn, and you just burn your opponents to cinders below you. Skull Reserve, Equipment Delve, and oh my goodness. This one is a robbery, but it says Sapphire Reserve, so there's a guaranteed Grand Sapphire for more willpower. Never weak. I know you can hold F to do things in the Horadric Cube. However, like for video purpose, I often prefer to click the button because it's more like it's more on point, right? It's like the act of actually clicking the button. It triggers more in the people's mind. So it's like I do mostly on stream. I use F for myself when I just craft things here right now, right? Because I can't be bothered. But for the videos, it's often like that when you press, you know, it's kind of like this moment where you take your time to press the button, and it's like a visual asset when people watch that. I hope that makes somehow sense. Is the rumor true about the patch? Yes, J-Rock. It's not a rumor. It is confirmed by the devs, and we're allowed to tell you that there is a patch coming. And the patch is addressing, allegedly, supposedly, most of the grievances we have with the game currently. Now, how true that is, I can't tell you, right? I can only, like, these are the words from the developers. So most of the grievances are going to be taken care of. So I assume mythic chances, I assume maybe some of the bugs that are currently prevalent. So the rogue bug, maybe even the Spiritborn one, we'll see. But yeah, we'll have to wait for that to actually release to then know. But allegedly, most of the things. Oh, wait, Greater Lair Keys, I kind of want that, but I also want unique spoils. Because this one doesn't have unique spoils, and if you don't have unique spoils, you're actually not getting many uniques from him. They brought back the cube? Yes, Flair. If you haven't played, the Horadric Cube is back, and it's insanely good. I mean, in my opinion, Diablo currently has my favorite crafting in any RPG. Next to... what was it called again? Next to... Come on, brain, say the words. Last Epoch? I mean, Last Epoch also has like an absolute fire craft system, right? There's no question about that. But yeah, these like two games definitely brilliant in crafting right now. When I pretty much like all the items I have are handcrafted, right? None of these items was like a legendary when I picked them up. Oh, I got something. Mythic Seal, another one. Jesus. Ladies and gentlemen. That's my... Oh, can equip 3 unique charms. I finally have this. I don't need it, right? Like, so I really don't need that one, and I don't even want that one. But I've been tinkering, like, in my mind if there's ever a build where we can use this for. I don't think so, but yeah. PoE 2 is too complicated. Well, the problem with PoE 2's crafting is that you're actually using resources that you could use for other stuff. And the problem with crafting is that you're often just better off simply buying. Like, as much as I like the system in Path of Exile, it's just at some point you're like, why would I even bother crafting something if I could just buy it? And that leads like often to this situation, like I'm not even going to bother crafting. So if you just reach this conclusion that you don't even want to bother crafting because just buying is a better solution, and I kind of feel like there's something wrong with the system. That's just my humble opinion that you might disagree with, and that's completely fine because you're wrong. You can do the same in D4. Yeah, but in D4, the prices are so crazy, J-Rock, and the crafting is so simple. And again, your resources you use for crafting are resources you have for nothing else. This is like a very important difference. My crafting resources are only for crafting. My crafting resources are not for anything else. There's nothing else I can do with my crafting resources than craft. I cannot use them to, I don't know, upgrade. I cannot use them in the market. In the market, I use my gold, right? That's an actual big difference. Okay, we finally have another mythic. Okay, add another pit 100 speed run. Also, the prices are obviously just completely overblown in Diablo because of real money trading. All right, let's not pretend that's not the case. I mean, if items are being sold for 99 billion, no one farmed 99 billion. Right? No one did that. Those 99 billions are ethically sourced from your fellow AI soldiers. Right? The first 99 billion on the market is not, you know, it's not because someone put in the effort to get that. First 99 billion is created by your fellow AI growth friends. You don't need crafting in the game unless you want to do tier 12. I do disagree heavily on that, because most people that I interact with will tell you I'm stuck in tier 7, I'm stuck in tier 8, I can't get further. So theoretically, yes, I can get Torment 12 without crafting. Not a problem. But I also do exactly know what I'm doing, right? I don't have any problems. It's that. But most people, they're still coming to grips with what they're actually doing. So could you do it? Yes, could. Is it realistic though? No. You're under 200 Paragon points. You should have every single Paragon board with 120 to 130 Paragon points. And if you're not having those, you're doing it wrong. And I don't want to hear it. Okay. I mean, you first should turn your boards so that you're able to activate every single legendary node. Because your legendary nodes are your biggest damage. And that's just a fact and a half. Always turn your early boards weird, so you can reach the nodes. Then get more Paragon points, and afterwards turn your boards to actually be more efficient and also activate the glyphs. But in the beginning, always move them in a way that allow you to get all the legendary nodes easily activated. Not even a discussion. Just turn my demon form off so I don't have to, like, you know, burn myself. It seems like I will have to kill you guys before I can do anything, because you're just standing in my way. Nerds. Aye. I wonder how, like, you do this in hardcore when you arrive, like, at the thingy. Do you just simply have to really kill every single opponent before you can upgrade your glyph? Because I can never be bothered, right? I'd rather die while I'm trying to upgrade my glyph than, like, stupidly clearing everything. You're also the outlier here. So simply can't be asked. Probably in hardcore need to kill everything. Got it. Trying to figure out why my Barb is dying so much not on the boards. I mean, mainly you don't have enough max life is the answer why your character keeps dying. It's a 9 out of 10 cases the answer, like not enough life, not enough life. What is it? It's not enough life. Close my video tools in the background, by the way. I mean, that being said, I have enough max life, and I still keep dying in between. Right? When my character is sitting at 40,000 max life, which is quite good, and I actually ramp up to like 60,000 max life. However, my resistances are relatively low, while my armor is actually in a decent value. Now, obviously, I could get more resis, like I have them here just waiting for me, right? So I can, like, pull out some more of my nodes that I have put into damage mostly. We should pull these out and just get, like, here, all my resistances up. Despite taking all the resistance nodes, my resistances are still relatively low. How do you play vulnerable? Currently using a curse touch. Curse touch is the easiest way. Massive amount of experience. Which war plan do we need to advance? I mean, I kind of want to do like an extended Helltide, but I also need Obold. So it's Pit, Undercity, Horde. Yeah, we could do a 6-0 Horde and then kill a boss. Before we kill anything though, let's go kill some butchers. Go kill some butcher. Are we killing butchers? We need this Molochs in better. It's just so sad when we actually have it in. I mean, preferable I would need it in Mythic, but it is what it is, right? So, how is poison damage good for Stormbear? Stormbear is only using the poison for damage reduction. So that's why I use poison for Stormbear. Damage reduction. Very efficient. Oh, we get our friend Belial to pay us a visit this early. Don't mind if I do, my friend. I mean, one kill into plenty of loot here. Problem is not a single thing that we're looking for, which is the worst part. So I picked all of this up and I did get nothing. Are we tempers for F? For temper, it doesn't work. It only works in the Horadric Cube. Wow, Abyss Guild's 4. If I ever wanted to play an Abyss build, I had the perfect thingy going on. Okay, what we got? We got a Hellbound Signet that we don't need because Rebuke Variant, no. We got an Eye of Terror that we also don't need. We get one single Molochs. We got a 200 sword with weapon damage. Kind of want to remove the willpower on that one and go for like 2 other rolls. I have to see if I can swing that. When are we getting an update for a mythic change? Next week. Guaranteed. It's already confirmed. Probably kill him with Torment 11, but really doesn't make a difference. Best build for Pit at the moment for Warlock. Well, if you're looking at the top 10, you get yourself a Lunatic Warlock. But for Lunatic, you definitely need the Cage of Madness in Mythic to really be effective. The Dirge of Odium would also be nice. Actually, Dirge of Odium probably better. Then we actually have Solitown, who's playing something similar to me, but different. And we have also Einsburn, who's also playing something similar to me, but different. So we're all playing like a similar version of like similar builds, but all different, right? And we'll have to see how far we can push. I mean, they obviously do have some mythics already, which is mean because I don't have any mythics. But we're coming, sweetie, sweetie, swooty, for their booty. And right now, I'm obviously hoping that I'll, for the love of God, will get a good weapon because my weapon is somewhat lackluster, right? And we hope that we get Moloch's Beating Flame finally the way we wanted to. Oh, that's weapon damage and maximum life creator affix. That's actually pretty fucking good. But we seem to not be able to get the amulet in better. Just does seem like the butcher is just dropping too many things that my class could get. But if you actually look at the density of items that he's dropping, I'm like wondering what the fuck. I mean, we finally got one in Ancestral. The Discord is !Discord. Okay. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription, K, by the way. Welcome as a brand new Squire of the Round Stable. So that is vulnerable damage, Hellfire Skills, and willpower. See, this is like somewhat better than mine, which is damage over time. And that's useless. And is actually 2 ranks to Hellfire Skills. I'm going to keep my current one. But I can also start like upgrading these here into better versions of the same amulet. Maybe you get like something higher rank. I mean, we want to have it in further affixed. Okay, we're getting like some bonus items here, so I'm kind of happy. How many hours do you play a day? Oh, not many, sir. I play realistically 6 hours a day, roughly. So I'm not like Rob. I'm not like Voody. I don't have a video editor or anything. I just do everything myself. So I gotta like play a bit, find out things, then make video about things, right? I also don't want to play Diablo 10 hours a day. I mean, as much as I enjoy the game, I don't enjoy 10 hours a day, right? 5-6 hours is a good Diablo session. You can achieve quite a lot. You can upgrade your character. You know what? Then it also comes to the point where you're like, yeah, that was enough for today. I'm good. Not sure how else anyone is feeling about that, but I'm fine, you know? I really don't want to spend like all my day. Okay, what do we got? We got movement speed, Hellfire Skills. That one has a crit damage multiplier. Almost good, but sadly it's the Hellfire Skills in low rank, and I kind of want to keep the Hellfire Skills in high rank. And we're still going to keep those to upgrade them. We have a Thrice Woven. We don't need that. We got a helmet with physical resistance. I want a physical resistance helmet. That's not worth it. Can destroy most of these items here. Let's see what we got. Nothing, 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 nothing. Actually sell some in a while. Every now and then you get to make some profit. I got money. Do you full-time content create stream? Yes, Hardy. I've been doing this now for 12 years, full-time. Quite a long time. Most creators of that age have either burned out, given up, or become irrelevant to a degree. Been doing this for a bit. And actually, this year has been one of my bests on YouTube so far. I mean, last year, like 2 years ago, was already amazing. Last year was one of my best years on YouTube, and this year seems to be shaping up to be one of my best years on YouTube again. 222, don't bewitch it. You never know what happens, right? But we're get good games to cover. We're bringing down good videos, and we're essentially only becoming better at what we do. So maybe prosper. Get only cooler content out for you. Dota Underlords. I miss Dota Underlords so much. Please don't mention it, my friend. The wound is still too fresh. One of Steam's bigger fumbles. I mean, fumbling Dota Underlords was really... I'm so mad. I'm still positively unhappy about that one not getting the attention it ever deserved. Ah, Dota Underlords. Why you do this, sir? I'm mad. Tastical, good to see you there. Lost also, howdy. I mean, the auto chess times were definitely magical. I really enjoyed that. And auto chess was kind of cool because it was a very methodical way to play, like to talk through what you're doing and everything. It was like the prelude era to auto battlers, right? Then you have teamfight tactics popping up, obviously. I wish we would get like another like teamfight tactics, right? That'd be cool. Something in that regard would have been nice. I mean, I'm still salty that Blizzard never did anything. I mean, we had Hearthstone Battlegrounds, right? But I would have really liked an actual auto battler in the Warcraft universe with like Warcraft figurines, like Dota Underlords, but in the Warcraft universe. That would have been a good one for me. Okay, we did not get a good amulet so far. Let's do one more. Wish me luck. You are on the vertical stream. The vertical stream has a vertical layout. There's also horizontal stream. So 2 streams on the website. Is Apocalypse Warlock still okay? Heavily nerfed, still playable, but you're essentially playing the build that you played before and weaker. So if you like doing that, if you like playing a build that was actually good and now is feeling like it got neutered, I mean, be my guest, right? Pop off, son. Just be aware that that's what you're doing, right? There's Steam. Okay, I've never had my Steam limited to mobile. Resource generation ring. Okay, one more, chat. One more. I haven't given up. I'm just trying to get this stupid amulet, like, with a greater affix. It shouldn't be that hard to get it, right? I mean, just give me the Mala Speeding Flame with, like, a greater affix to whatsoever. I mean, obviously, I wanted a Mythic, but that is probably not happening, right? Is the Hellfire build you're using currently working well? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is quite tanky. It does insane amounts of damage. It can speedrun Pit 100 so far. Obviously, speedrunning Pit 100 is nothing special, but still, it can. It's also just simply different to the builds that we have played before, which makes it like just unique and fun in my own eyes. Oh, that's a crit damage multiplier with a fire damage multiplier. Interesting. Oh, I just gave away my demon form. That's actually bad. Well, let's see how much damage we can deal even with demon form away. Why is demon form away bad? Because demon form is our single-handed biggest damage multiplier. So we actually need to be permanently in demon form to get like the most damage that we can. So if we accidentally move that away, that's not so fortunate. Oh wow, really? Just like not anything. This is like really frustrating what we've gotten here. Have you come with the build guide out yet? For the leveling build, yes, but not for the endgame build, because again, the endgame build is still subject to so much change that I just don't want to give you anything that I will just change then a second later. Right? It's like, oh, hi, here. So this is the, no, it's not. And then this is the, no, it's not. Okay, my current gloves have crit chance, attack speed, life on hit, and critical strike damage multiplier, which is actually weak because it's only one multiplier. This one have fire damage, willpower, and cooldown reduction. Now what we need to do is we need to reroll the cooldown reduction into something that is not cooldown reduction, which means that we're going for the chaotic reroll into a utility aspect. Yeah. That now rerolls into Blazing Scream. That's terrible, so we need to go for this 1 chaotic reroll. Actually, 3 ranks to Blazing Scream is not terrible because that is my main damaging ability. And currently every rank more is how much damage? We're sitting at 600%. Every rank more is... I mean, could be worth it to play around with this. And then we could like re-roll the willpower potentially into crit chance or attack speed. Strike chance, because we need a good amount of critical strike chance to actually make things worth it, right? We don't have anything that would be terrible.
Step up to my anvil.
Rings to Blazing Scream is not worth it for now. At least we have enough scrolls. Look at that, 100 scrolls. I can roll everything. So, like, just compare these gloves, right? We had the life on hit, which was useful. But this one has, like, pretty much a triple damage multiplier happening, right? So that's actually really, really good. We just need to see, like, which aspect we actually want to play. Because right now we've been playing the Remorseless. Killing enemies or demons gives us that. We got Hellfire, deal damage equal to fire resistance. We get a lot of fire resistance. We get the Demonology booster, which is actually still weak. Demonic, yeah, it's still weak. On demon form, you deal increased damage if a demon or enemy close to you. It's not worth it. Remorseless. I mean, Remorseless is still one of the best ones, like, for damage ramping, I guess. Because we always kill, like, demons close to us. I just need one more, like, amulet here. Did they make Paladin any stronger? Yes, Paladin is stronger. I mean, right now, if you're looking at the leaderboard, Paladin is 125, so that's around Necromancer range. So Necro Paladin equals strength with Warlock as well. But definitely on the weaker end. I mean, right now the dominating classes are Spiritborn, Sword, Druid, and Barbarian. Okay, it can't be that hard. Oh, that's an amulet and ancestral. Jesus, it could be my Moloch speeding flame. No, it is exactly the wrong one, ladies and gentlemen. The biggest robbery in existence. If that would have been a Moloch speeding flame and ancestral, that would have been in Mythic. That would have been like the obviously super jackpot. So this was the biggest robbery we could have today. I think we're gonna have to end the stream and start crying now. Okay, so that's just another what's it called again? That's just another spark that we can't use. Yeah. Sadness, sadness, sadness. Okay, you know what they say? Most gamblers stop before they hit big. So we're just about to get the mythic I'm looking for. All right, you know it's true. Just have to like do one more. We're still just right around the corner of hitting big. I need you to trust me on that one. Oh, we get another 8 keys. Wow, we burned through a lot of keys and only get like one single Belial invasion, which is the saddest part. Saddest part. Oh, gloves in Mythic as well. Okay, chat, we get a roll. Chat, we get a roll. It's working. I think like I don't want to continue because again it's something useless, but I feel like we have him. We have him right now, chat. We have hit gold. So worst case scenario, I'm just gonna burn through the 8 last keys I have left now. But 6 last keys we have left. I mean, you're saying there's a chance, huh? You're saying there is a chance. When you do 3, 2, 1 something, does it have to be craft attack? I'm not game or I check right now. I mean, it doesn't matter, King Crons. It only matters for mythics. You're lightning druid. How are you applying vulnerable? I saw vulnerable multiplier affix on amulet, but what is for? Am I missing something? You're applying vulnerable over lightning damage. Either you put it on your boots or you transfigure it on your amulet. You're using the aspect of storm something storm charged aspect, I think. Oh. Good bar. Either Kalian Tuning Prism on the amulet, or you play it on your boots, and then you Kalian Tuning Prism the ferocity aspect on your amulet. But yes, you're definitely missing something. Well, we've been getting a lot of greater affix items, though, so I gotta say that is at least something I've been enjoying. That has core skills, life, shadow damage multiplier. I mean, I don't need that. Like, you know what? I can take both of these items for my necro. I mean, if you want to play Diablo right now, you would have to get yourself both expansions if you don't have both expansions, because otherwise you're... I'm not saying you're unable to enjoy Diablo, but you're just going to be not able to do everything that I can do here right now. Precisely, you can actually not do certain builds. It's just right away impossible to do certain builds without the expansion. So yeah, you kind of want that. Okay, these are my last 4 keys, Chad. Oh, that's another mythic, but it's the wrong one, Chad. Damn, 3 mythics, ladies and gentlemen. 3, and every single time the wrong one. But 3 mythics, that's crazy. Which one is this? This is a lurid pact. And we could actually play the rampage build with this. So there's a build that utilizes rampage, right, to the max. And it has a crit. Wow, this is an insane one. I mean, look at this. This is like the critical strike damage, rampage, willpower. Damn, that's crazy. Three mythic in 5 minutes is crazy. Yeah, I'm like, my account is buffed right now. But I don't want to play the rampage build, which makes me sad. So I just get that thingy, and I'm probably just going to dump it. Because I have no interest in playing the rampage build. I mean, the Butcher is definitely the best for mythics in general. Like, I don't know what it is, but I've also last season dropped the most mythics on him. But, like, as you can see how the chances are, I was lucky enough to drop 3 mythics, which is insane in itself, right? But none of these mythics have been even remotely useful. So if they now drop or not, I guess I'd rather not have them drop. Oh, I just turned Demon Form off. Mr. Fatfinger, Mac Fatfinger Hoff. There's no escape! Chad, you heard him here first. There's no escape. Okay, well, we tried, chat, and not only did we not get the mythic we're looking for, we also did not get a single good Molos, which is the really upsetting part. Oh, we should try to get Pandemonium Fragments. Oh, I got Pandemonium Fragments. Well, you know what they say, chat. Go big or go home. That's a Banished Lord's Talisman with a Shadow Damage Multiplier and a Crit Damage Multiplier. You know what? This one is actually insane for the... I could play this on the Necro build. I could actually make this work. I mean, I could probably make that work. A mythical greater affix, like this goodly rolled item in solo Self-Found. That's something different, let me tell you that much for free. It's like a one in 1,000 item. Let me do one Belial. One Belial for Molos, chat. Who knows? Where can I find this build at, Pro Nike? You cannot find this build, only the 1-70 version. Only the 1-70 version.
What is reality?
Look, they're bouncing around in his soul, Chan. Torment 10 Belial is just being eaten up. Oh, poor guy. I mean, can we jump to Torment 12? You can see in the damage, yes, we could jump into Torment 12. I just like bullying things in Torment 10 right now. Okay, we need the Butcher. I mean, at least the Amulet dropped us Ancestral. Crit damage multiplier, but such a low roll, right? It's not even worth considering unless it would roll somewhat higher. I mean, I have this with an all damage and a damage over time, and the damage over time is obviously useless. The only good thing that has is a 30% amulet. Now he just get eaten. Ring again. The ring I've gotten now so often. But I need the amulet, chat. The amulet! It cannot be that hard. We just like when a plan works out. Amulet with a greater affix. It's going to be the other one, right? Chat, I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but it's going to be the other one. No, it's not. Finally, chat, a greater affix to crit damage. Attack speed. Huh. I mean, that could work for the time being if the Hellfire Skills is rank 1. Why do the Hellfire Skills have to be rank 1?
This should be interesting.
I mean, if it's the worst of the best, it's still not good, right? Just the frustrating part. If it's the worst of the best, it's still not good. Pain. Nope. Doesn't want to be, chat. Doesn't want to be. Literal skill issue. Yep. Actual skill issue. I hate that you're so accurate about this, my friend. And I don't even want to waste like much money on this one, right? I mean, we have enough to throw away, but I'd like to get like a crit damage multiplier on this. Thank you, 39%. So it's better than what I have here right now. but it is not good, which is the
From creation, keep your treasures close.
And we'll definitely have to get somewhere. Let's go for the Transfiguring, Kulian. To at least put something on. Killing demons, you have a chance to count as 2. That's useless. Duration of volatility, no. I mean, you kind of want... making enemies has a chance to also weaken them, no. You have a chance to get ferocity, no. Distant enemies are pulled in, which is actually kind of useful. Direct damage wall has a chance to... No. Can we shadow form? No. Making enemies vulnerable has a chance to weaken. Double? No. I mean, you kind of would take the heal aspect on this one. There's actually like a couple of aspects that would really like well work for us. Wow. Fortified drain rate. See, I can play that because the fortified drain rate will actually heal us, so it works in our favor. We don't need the cost reduction right now because we decided to play a helmet, so I can temper crit damage on it. Derutsu, greetings, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Critical strike damage. Yeah, I'll keep it at that. Okay, we need different rings with crit chance, attack speed, and then crit damage multiplier. I literally need rings with attack speed, so we need to get more obolts to gamble 2 better rings. Let's do a pit 100 still because we're pushing our glyphs, and then we'll do pit 110 soon. And right now we're just trying to do the pit 100 even faster so we can level up our glyphs faster. Right, you just go this. Oh shit, I completely forgot to use my damaging skill. Oops. In case you wonder why we weren't doing any damage while we were just using the wrong skill. Oh god, it's way down. Early. Painful. That's the reason for not having command Abodian in the bar, because we don't need Abodian. Oh, we could technically remove the Fallen around us, but they're counting as summons, and that actually works in our favor for our runes. We could use Abodian, but then we actually would be getting at times lesser Wrath. I mean, we have reached definitely the regeneration of Wrath at this point that we do not need the basic skill anymore. Ergo, we could start using Abodian, even though I don't really want to use him because there's no need. But I guess he would be like free DPS while the basic skill doesn't really do the DPS. So for the sake of that, we could experiment a bit with it. My main reason really was we needed the command Fallen to get our resource up to a reasonable point. But we don't require that anymore, so we're past that point. Finally. Means it might finally be time to experiment. Oh god, I'm not unstoppable. Yes, you guessed right. We're not unstoppable. We could technically get unstoppable with the demon form, but that would actually weaken our shtick. Oh, Jesus. That would weaken our shtick we're doing for... That's dominance cost, and we don't want to do that. Does this build work well in hardcore? No, Smirkun. This is not a build I would do in hardcore. Main reason you don't want to do the build in hardcore is it's a self-immolating build. So we're right now activating demon form, okay? And then demon form actually burns us, okay? And that burn that demon form does to us is responsible for a damage increase. And that damage increase is not too short. Still though, you are effectively burning yourself and hurting yourself, right? It's like, why are you... I genuinely don't know what killed me. You're effectively burning and hurting yourself, which is counterproductive for hardcore. I mean, you know, you really don't want to play the mode where you want to survive with a build that gets stronger the more damage you do to yourself, right? I mean, I do also heal myself, and I do also barrier up tremendously to actually stay alive, right? But still in a way where you're actually, why are you burning yourself, right? You gotta consider if that is something you would want to do. The answer is probably no, you don't. The reason I don't like Warlock, his skills is the same as explosions on the ground, damage on monsters, etc. Not sure what you mean, sir. That's a Moloch as a charm. Interesting. I don't think good, but certainly interesting.
This should be interesting. Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Escalation dungeon, perfect. We're trying to get Obold's chat. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Which build would you recommend for hardcore? Bear Druid. Bear Druid is super tanky. Also, Summon a Necro is relatively undying once you figure out how it works. Both of these are quite good. Okay, what do I want it to do? I wanted to kick out the basic skill, yes, and we wanted to just pull Summon a Bodian in and see how we like that one. Again, I don't think like I do actually need it, or I do want it, but let's at least entertain the thought here. Come on, I know you can jump over that wall. Don't pretend you can't. With a Bodian, you can like get on your horse, if I'm not mistaken, right? 1, 2. Why would we get on our horse when we can do this, right? What would getting on my horse do for me? This is how we zoom through Nightmare Dungeons. There's no way to tell if you have the Storm triple cast by just looking at your character. No. Gold Reserve, Ruptures, and Channeling Shrines. Gold Reserve, that's going to be big. You can't get on the horse in the dungeon anyways, right? Well, Katie, it's like a Bodian is, you know, when you mount him. I think it makes you unstoppable. I'm not mistaken. Here, command a Bodian to enter demon form and mount a Bodian, gaining increased movement speed for seconds while mounted. Chain enemies to pull them behind you. I think it also does like do like some semi here, like you do this, right? And you just pull enemies behind you. It's kind of funny because you just pull them behind you, but again, like don't really see a reason why we're doing it. Not like speed-wise it's required. And we're gonna go up to 1 billion gold now. And I guess bonus speed is bonus speed. Right? So could complain about more than being faster. It's like, oh no, we're faster. My lobster is too buttery and my steak is too juicy. How unfortunate. Like, how will I ever mentally recover from this? It looks mega good. It's also mega good. It's fast. It's nimble. It does damage. It's scaled super easy. This is the fun part. So I think this is like important when you're actually doing these kind of builds. Like it needs to scale easy. It can't be that these builds are scaling hard in any way. I hate this Nightmare Dungeon because you got to collect 3 blood orbs. That always seemed excessive to me. Fun part is once you're stacked enough, your actual jumping, so your rampage jumping here, right, this one, does enough damage to kill enemies. See, we're landing and enemies are partially dying. It actually does enough. Okay, hello. I wonder if he passively does enough damage to be worth it that we play him. If I don't need this, I got 4 points spare that I could put into Sigil and Rampage. Sapphire, Dungeon. I need Obolds. I have not gotten Obolds in a while. Let's do Gem Reserve because I need all of them. Because I'm trying to get like a Grand Ruby right now. Multiple Grand Rubies, actually. Boss damage is map? Not really. That wasn't even the actual boss damage, my friend. No reason to fully unlash against a normal dude. This is a ramping build. And you have states of not ramped up and states of fully ramped up. Very important distinction. Turn the bloodstone to the producer. Jawohl. Okay, this Nightmare Dungeon was just like perfect. I mean, seriously, what was that? Fastest Nightmare Dungeon finish ever. So now I, for example, turned off my demon form, so we're going to barely do any damage. Doesn't this need many uniques? You want Molos Beating Flame and you want Temerity. That's it. Okay, unique spoils, unique spoils, unique spoils. Astaroth Armageddon is, I think, the Super Astaroth, if I'm not mistaken. It should drop super loot. How do you find the Nightmare Dungeon is open? Close the map and open it up again, and it should instantly show you where the Nightmare Dungeon is that you have been looking for. Okay, let's get rammed, ladies and gentlemen. Astaroth come out. Sigil down. 1, 2, 3.
Did you think it was over?
Whee! Is that loot though? Not a single good item drop from him. Okay, we got maximum life. Yeah, not really a single good item. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take the weapon now and see if we can make something better out of it, because we got this sword here, this axe. Maximum life is like part of our damage, so we get this one. What we need on this one is now
Goodbye.
We need the... Okay, we don't want to lose the weapon damage. I think I have a good plan. What we're going to do is... We're going to lock the weapon damage. Okay. Enchant. And then no change. Which means that I can now focused reroll. Aggressive tuning prism. Until I hit the crit damage multiplier. In 50. Realistically. Because I can, like, never hit the weapon damage, right? The weapon damage is just locked in place. That one will never change. 42%. Then we get Life on Kill. And Life on Kill is a utility? Or what does Life on Kill count as? Defensive one, actually. That's a problem. Life on Kill could reroll the maximum life, and I need Life on Kill gone. Well, you know what? That's a 50-50 risk. If it doesn't work, we're screwed. That was very lucky. I am very happy that that happened. I only have the 1-70 build for you right now. Okay. I like that. Compared to my prior weapon, this is stronger. Simply because it has the maximum life, right? Let's see if we can make a new diamond. Grand diamond. That's actually killer. We can salvage this. And we can make a Grand Sapphire. 2 Grand Sapphires, actually. That's pretty fire. More willpower. More willpower is important because we have this one here. This one says, casting volatility empowered skills increases your core stats by 5% for 10 seconds up to 50. Core stats is all damage, right? It's very useful to actually get this. And we can craft a Royal Ruby. Royal Ruby comes in here. Okay, this Bloodmine Idol, pretty good. It's a lot of damage. So Bloodmine Idol is definitely not a bad pull. Not a jackpot, but definitely not a bad pull. I've seen many builds actually play the Bloodmine Idol. Just because it's, like, strong. 24% attack speed. Okay, so this should already make me vastly more powerful. Try Sork? Nope. I have personally not tried Sork this season. But we will be doing Sork at some point. I mean, it's new, sir. We are not even 1 week into the season, and I'm on my 3rd class and on my 5th or 6th build, right? Most Diablo creators are still on their 1st build because they like to only play 1 build. Not us, though. Sork good this season, decent. But you're forced to play Firewall Sork. And Firewall Sork does not feel as good as the prior Sork iterations. Now, if you're happy with Firewall Sork, more power to you. If you don't like Firewall Sork, aka me, I don't like Firewall Sork, you're a bit screwed. Okay, just get the Undercity done. Wasn't actually planning to get any benefits out of this, right? Just quickly demolish it. So other Sork builds are bad. Yep, sadly. So we have 60,000 life now, chat. That's a 60% damage multiplier just for turning into demon form. Actually quite useful. Oh, we can now try to do a 6-wave Bartik. So I am hoping to be able to kill Bartik in 6 waves. Nice. My Infernal Hordes is still only 1 point, which is actually weak. But hey, we finally have an Infernal Horde. 6-way Bartok. Let's try. Give me 4. So, what do we got? Massing Masses. I like Massing Masses. Massing Masses is actually really useful. So, you're just gonna stand in the middle. And then you're just going to spread cheer around the world. That's what we do in here. Okay, both did not reform on death. That's great. We love when a plan does not work out. Nothing wrong about that. It'd just be good if, you know, plan did work out. Your base? Nah, I just play different than other creators, my friend. I mean, I can understand creators liking to hog their builds because, like, it's kind of like the feeling of always being powerful. But always being powerful is kind of like boring to me. Right? I enjoy the actual act of becoming powerful. Right? Being powerful is rather boring, but becoming powerful is kind of cool. So I like this phase where you start rushing through the Torment tiers, right? You try to reach Torment 12 with as least effort as possible. You figure out how to make your build survivably. You figure out how to get the most out of it. And then once you're powerful, it's actually like, yay. So now that I have done all of this, what do I do next? Because then you're already strong. Why bother getting stronger? Army of the Dead build? Army of the Dead build is low. Choose a good one. It's personally my favorite one, and I hope they actually will fix Army of the Dead one day. Because, like, so there's one thing I don't understand again about Blizzard, right? So Army of the Dead is an ultimate. Yeah? And it's an ultimate that works with summon skills. And it's a minion ultimate as well. And yet it doesn't have, like, any tags in that direction. It doesn't have corpse tags, despite interacting with corpses. It doesn't have, it doesn't have a minion tag, despite interacting with minions, right? So you have a skill that you cannot boost with any bonus ranks. And that's just bullshit. Because if I could boost my Army of the Dead with bonus skill ranks, it would literally be the best skill in the game, instantly. Which it should be. But you cannot even make it the best skill in the game, and it makes no sense. Did they nerf the Lunatic build from last season? No, and it's actually stronger if you're going for a Mythic. So the Mythic gives you another 120% bonus damage to before. Now the Lunatic build did not get nerfed per se, but Overpower get nerfed, and that also does influence the strength of the Lunatic build. Because obviously you were going for that Overpower shtick on the Lunatic build as well, with the title aspect and the Thundersoul's Talisman and that kind of stuff. But yeah, that one get nerfed in general. So not like Lunatic wise, just in general. Chaos Wave, let's hope for the best. Oh wow, one of the worst Chaos Waves. The only redeeming quality about this Chaos Wave in particular is that I just have like the ability to hit everything on the screen. But this is single-handedly the worst Chaos Wave I could have gotten. Why I dislike Chaos Waves so much, because either they're like broken or they're useless. No take backsies, no in-betweensies. If a glove with a Pan's portrait, yeah, that's normal. I mean, the, what is it called again? The Azure Wrath can also roll maximum life twice. You can literally find Azure Wrath and it has maximum life, and then you guess what? It has maximum life again. Kind of funny, isn't it? Why wouldn't you want to have maximum life twice? Oh, did I just lose my demon form? I lost my demon form. Fat finger again. How do we solve that fat finger? And we just remove our finger from the one. And that can't happen anymore. Whee! Like, we're still not going to get enough ether for Bartek. I mean, I was really banking on that Chaos Wave to actually give us a nice little infusion, but it didn't. Okay. Well, these have all been very sad. Is he reading YouTube chat or Twitch? None. This is a pre-recorded stream. You're now interacting with the Ponyhoff AI. Also sub to Ponyhoff to pay for my tokens. So no, we're not reading any chat, Exile Ninja. That's why I'm also not saying your name, right? Because the AI can't respond to names. It just pretends like you're real people. No one will ever know. Genius. It's like those AI girlfriends, just with streamers, you know? Okay, let's kill the council. It's full right now while AI plays, right, Vidvarg? I mean, there are a lot of streamers that have already cloned their voice via AI for just simple voiceovers. And I think that's actually smart. Because if you're doing like a lot of B-roll where you don't actually see the face and your voice is very nicely hid, then it could kind of make sense for like some quick edits to just simply have your voice AI cloned, right? But I think it only makes sense for video content, right? For actual live content, it's obviously like, what the fuck? I guess you could be a VTuber that's AI. Isn't there a VTuber that's AI? And people are actually throwing money at that thing? I guess thing is the word. So the voice thingy I could totally see. Like, especially if you're doing like some TikTok videos or so, right? And you're talking over things and you're doing like that kind of stuff. I could see where some people would clone their voice. Okay, we did that. We have the Whispers. Then we have to kill Lord Zur. Let's do a tier 11 Lord Zur. Because, I mean, obviously we can go tier 12 already. But we're mostly tier 10 for the convenience sake. Let's do tier 11. Dread Claws still good for Warlock? No. And it has never been good. So can Dread Claws still reach Torment 12? I'm actually unsure about that because also overpower nerf. But yeah, Dread Claws really falls hard off. I guess you can get to Torment 10 with Dread Claws really nicely, but then you're gonna like just feel the drop off. Is there a way to craft the Selling Amulet? Yes, you use your Resplendent Sparks at the Smith for random mythics, and it will always be the iconic mythics, but it's gonna be a random iconic mythic, so you might or might not get lucky with that one. Right? Healed him. Now we're fully ramped up. But I actually open up both because I require more layer boss keys. Because I actually burned through like a huge plethora of layer boss keys. Right? I need some more. Now that we're fully ramped up, let's go for round 2. I see the damage difference when we're actually ramped up or when we're not ramped up. It's big. It's big. Gotta look out that we're not accidentally burning ourselves. You can only use one crafted mythic. Pity, yes, 100%. However, you can technically find all the mythics in the world, right? Apart, obviously, from the iconic mythics. So if your build requires 2 iconic mythics, you're screwed. Because Diablo just decided that for some reason you can't find them anymore. Which I do believe to be a bug because it can't be intentional. That'd be stupid. Okay, we need nothing here. And we got useless. And I need to keep 2 of these for harder times. Hellfire Skills. 4 skills.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
No, we don't require money right now, but I require resources. In case we need some more skill rings. Back to tie. Okay, finally, Nightmare Dungeons are here for the bonus spoils, and this one is for bonus Chaos Waves. We've got a Model Speeding Flame, and it's sad again. It's literally sad again. That's Blazing Scream another time. 4 ranks into it. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. So one thing we wanted to do is we wanted to take this helmet here. Remove the... resistance to all elements. Add the resistance to all elements. Remove the physical resistance, hopefully. Nope. Add the resistance to all elements. Remove the physical resistance. Nice. I want to remove the life regeneration. But life regeneration is a... Is that a... Huh, that's good. Then we're going to add a core stat. And we're going to add another core stat. And that other core stat is always going to be skill ranks. We're going to reroll now the skill ranks until we hit demonology skills. And then we're going to replace the willpower with armor. I would say. Yeah. Something along these lines here. Then we can temper maximum life on. And... get 4 ranks to demonology skills. Fuck yeah. That's a very good helmet Varine here. Then we need the circuit. Circuit. And we require a cursed touch. And then, after doing all of this, we can technically transfigure the helmet because it has demonology, it has maximum life, it has the double socket in, it has the curse on, it has all of it, and we can just transfigure and see what happens. We got gem strength on this item. Damn, Chad, that is beyond useful. Because now we're going to pull out the Grand gems, right? And we're going to put 2 Grands in. I mean, they're 90 willpower plus. But inside the item, they're actually 123 willpower plus, which is not a ginormous boost, but it is a boost, especially since we're multiplying up our thingies. Jiggy majiggies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so we can get Obolt. But before we go now, let's gamble rings and see if we can get something better. Yeah, building your mythics is just not going to happen, my friend. Sorry.
Yeah, not too bad.
I know you were excited for it, but it's just not going to be a thing.
What? And oh nice. They can't all be winners, can
Yes.
they?
A bunch of sad rings. Best place to farm gems, a Seer's Reach dungeon, still. Above Temis. Hasn't changed.
Yeah, not too bad.
What are we looking for here? We're currently looking for attack speed, for damage multiplier, critical strike chance, something in that direction.
And yeah. Nice. Hey. Oh, sorry.
Cooldown, all damage, Bone and Fizz.
I'll be here, swinging away.
Different build. That's why I need so many Obolts, because you might just get a bunch of useless thingies. Oh, that reminds me of something. We haven't checked on our mercs in a while. 19 times, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. And 16. Why is this so important? Well, so the idea behind this is that we're just now going to roll for summoning caches. We're not getting a single one. Wow. Wow, really? I mean, I'm seeing like a lot of interesting things, but I'm not getting boss summoning cache yet. Like it was a good amount of greater affix items, but we're only looking for summon Blazing Scream again. The amount of times I've gotten Blazing Scream seems oddly suspicious, Chad. Oddly suspicious, if you think about it. I mean, how many have we gotten now of those? Wow, we got only really 2 so far. Plenty weak. Demonic. Oh, finally. Aspect and bigger. That's huge. Finally, after all this time, we got the demon. So that goes up to 122%, right? Okay, let's do a pit 110. We haven't done a pit 110 so far. Wait, did I just open a pit 110 or did I open a pit 19? We're not doing a pit 19, Chan. We're going to do a pit 110 or go home. I mean, we still have so much to upgrade in our glyphs. So our glyphs are not all 100 yet. Tarladorn, thank you for your subscription and support. Sorry, Tarladorn, that we missed that before. Okay, let's see what the damage says on the 110 now. I mean, 110 is already respectable this season. You know, pit 100, GG. Then pit 110 is respectable. If you do a pit 120 with your build, you're doing very well, because 120 is harsh this season around. That's just a fact, right? There's no discussion about that. I think a lot of people are going to be under the illusion that their build actually stings if it can't do pit 120, and it's like really hard to educate people on this, right? Like what is a realistic pit tier that you should be aiming for? What is a realistic pit tier you should be happy to achieve? 120. Then you're already doing plenty fine, and your build is doing plenty fine. You know, I literally have a 5% chance to freeze, and we're actually getting consistent freezes. Just quite amazing. Okay, we need to turn off our demon form here for a second, or we're gonna burn ourselves to death. But since we have all the sadism stacks, we're a sadism stack, Abaddon's flash stacks, because this is like our set is a ramping set, in case you wonder. Oh, that trillion damage, chat. First trillion damage because we finally ramped up enough. Okay, that's interesting. Good to see. Like, we went from hundreds of billions to the potential of trillions. Oh. That's good. Okay, what are these weird ass elites boasting that makes them... Oh, I am not in demon form the whole time. I'm wondering where my DPS is, Chan. I was in demon form. I thought I was in demon form because my character looks like he's in demon form. I do actually have to take, like, I have to use a different skin. This is like essentially what's confusing me, right? I'm like, oh, I'm in demon form because I got spiky shoulders. No, it's my skin. My skin has spiky shoulders, Chan. I mean, my demon form also has spiky shoulders, don't get me wrong. Oh, we gotta turn it on. These are not prone to taking a lot of damage, huh? I'm on the wrong screen. I lost my stone somewhere. Oh, I lost it down there. See, this is why we put the rune off. That would give us a damage multiplier against close enemies. It seems a little bit useless, right? To have a damage multiplier against close enemies when you're exactly never close to enemies. I mean, the additive bonus was good, don't get me wrong, but if your multiplier is being completely ignored, it kind of feels sad, doesn't it? Okay, let's see. I don't want to turn off my immolation here right now, because I'm trying to get into the boss fight with the most stacks possible of demon form, right? So again, you're burning yourself, right? Which is harmful. But as long as you're able to stay on top of the harm, you're good to go. Let's see. Oh, I lost my demon form. We're not demon form right now. Did I fat finger? Okay, back to demon form. Fully stacking now. Let's see what we can do for damage. See, like pretty much every hit is doing billions, right? Every single hit, and you actually don't even see the amount of hits we're doing because all of these small skulls are all doing damage too, right? So you're essentially like, you don't see the big trillion outliers, but the DPS is in the trillions easily. Okay, pit 110 done in under 5 minutes. I think I'm fine with that. With like the shoddy rings we're having, missing multipliers, this is going to be good. So look at my glyphs, chat. Look at my glyphs, right? One is 51. The rest is like somewhere higher. So I guess, you know, we have a white upgraded doodle still to go. What we need to do, though, is we need to kick one out. You know why we need to kick one out? My biggest problem is that we need an eliminator glyph down the line. Why eliminator? Because eliminator would increase our normal nodes. And I think increasing our normal nodes is one of the most important things, considering that I am boosting my willpower, right? So my Mollusk Speeding Flame boosts my willpower. If I have more willpower, it's just better. But what are we going to kick out in your opinion? So we get this one here. Gives me bonus to magic damage, and we get on magic nodes it's boosting, and it gives me the Wrath generation, which is actually required. We need the Wrath generation. It's super important. Then we get critical strikes generate 1 Wrath, but it multiplies our critical strike damage up. And we got here, this is increased armor. Technically, the increased armor is the one I could kick out. If I'm like, you know, we're going to get less tanky, but I'm going to get like the more... Come on, where's my eliminator now? Because now my I think it will just be better, right? Can calm before the storm have a higher chance getting lucky hit chance in items, or is it better to get more cooldown reduction? Calm before the storm is for... You mean inner calm? No, calm before the storm. What is calm before the storm, sir? Druid Snake passives. Ah, I use the Druid Snake passive, yes. Because it's like, it's lucky hit plus critical strike chance. So it's not that you're necessarily taking it for the lucky hit, you take it for the critical strike chance too, right? It's like the combination of the two that makes it the interesting part. Okay, we still haven't gotten bigger. Oh, we got layer boss keys again, chat. We can instantly return. So Torment 11 broiler now. You know, we're still trying to get the good amulet, chat. We're still trying to get it. What's a good way to level up your glyphs be the above 115? You do pit 125. I mean, the problem is that some of your classes, so for example, with my Necromancer, okay? My Necromancer build is currently sitting at pit 125. That means realistically, I'm going to upgrade all my glyphs to pit 120, but not higher. Because pit 120 is, like, if I do pit 125, I can upgrade them to 120 and then it gets annoying. But my Necromancer also can't really push much higher. So you just got to know where your limit is, right? You could obviously keep pushing against the wall, but that one is really not fun. Like, right, you can upgrade your glyphs then with a very low percentage chance, but who wants to do that? I mean, you really want to sit there and go like for the low percent chance, like of 30% to upgrade your glyph? It just feels terrible. So not recommended, to be honest. So personally, just identify what your limit is, right? And then be happy with the upgrades you get. Because the upgrades you get are probably good. If any loot filters for Broken Warlock, I have no specific loot filters for a class. I have one loot filter to rule them all. One loot filter that pretty much does everything. I am not getting this item. Ever, Chad. In case you missed it, we already get a mythic amulet today, Chad. It wasn't the one I'm looking for. It was exactly not the one I was looking for. It was exactly the different one. It was totally not scam, and I totally didn't get my feelings hurt. Because I'm a grown adult and I'm better than that. What's the best way for leveling, please? Hellworms, Ox. We have a video on quick leveling. You can check that out. Still applies. Is the loot filter on the website diablofilter.com? Just look for Ponyhoff. Lords are getting pooped on. Are these rings and helltides and pits a scam? I don't know what you mean. Tell me. Nothing. Not a single thing. Okay, we need more Nightmare Dungeon escalations, and we got 2, so hopefully we're gonna get O-Bolts. We did Pit 110 relatively quick, so let's do more. Okay. This Diablo 4, yes, my friend, this is a Diablo 4, the game called Diablo 4. The one and only. Okay, stacks. Get more stacks. Start like killing the first enemies because they're transforming my demonic strength over to like it's how my set works, right? My set gives me a debuff that makes me take more damage unless I start killing things. Okay, and if I then kill things, like that debuff that makes me take more damage gets turned into a buff that makes me do more damage. It's like, oops. It's kind of like how it works. This is also why you're like extremely squishy in the beginning, right? You get to go demon form. You get to like pretty much kill the first ones and start turning the stacks over to actual damage stacks. That's where your boost is then coming from. Against bosses, it's a bit easier because against bosses, merely hitting the boss is enough to turn these stacks, right? You hit a boss and then you get those stacks over. I'm not sure if it counted as hitting elites as well. I think they changed it to also hitting elites, yeah. Because I think it was stupid because you were not, like, it wasn't able to do it on hitting elites, and that made it actually weaker. Because you had to literally, like, kill your first opponents to remove the damage weakness you're suffering. Right, and killing elite in the higher pit tier can get somewhat daunting at times. Oh, wow. I don't even know what I died to. I don't even know what I died to. But that means we need to improve our defense further. I mean, I just put off the Icar Carapace, right? Which is the funny part. Remember me saying, do we need the Icar Carapace, sir? Can we get away without playing the Icar Carapace for more willpower? Well, the answer is technically we can. Practically we shouldn't. Oh, that's demon form. Or probably just have to... Okay, now it's the... Okay, the earth spikes are killing me. I can see that. But I don't see where I'm not seeing the earth spikes. Now, at least we identified what's causing our death here. The elite with his annoying earth spikies. But where's the lead even? He's somewhere casting bad jujus on us. I don't like that. Mr. Dogma Music, thank you for the 3rd month of support. Very kind of you. You already stayed for 3 months as a subscriber. Oh, goodness. Yeah, we're right now, like, that 35% armor loss, we're feeling that. I mean, I could play more defensy if not, like, going that deep into opponents because there's technically no need to, right? You can just stand on the distance and spam them. We can also temper a aspect on our amulet that knocks down opponents consistently because there is actually one for that. I feel like these are only stopgap measures. I mean, we have the life to be tanky, right? So you're sitting at 60,000 life, which is 65% bonus damage as well for what we're doing. Hey, there's a problem with the Abodian skill. So someone was suggesting, why don't you play the Abodian skill? But I noticed a problem with it. And that problem is it can't get volatility. So it might actually be off better with the without a Bodian. Because we're not really using a Bodian, so we don't require it. You know? I wonder if that one elite here is... And we're going to have to experiment with that. Because like we're currently getting more damage. It's again this earth thingy. It's almost as if every single elite in this dungeon has the earth thingy. So let's go out and like we'll continue this. Zamala Speeding Flame says, Hellfire Skills deal increased damage for every skill you have empowered by volatility. Okay? So more skills empowered by volatility, more damage. And if we have a skill that cannot get empowered by volatility, we're obviously lacking. And technically, a Bodian cannot get empowered by volatility, which means that we should technically go back to this Dominance, Wrath, and then Meat Shield. Because Meat Shield can get empowered by volatility. Right? Dispatch. Thank you as a brand new subscriber. Dispatch, good to see you there, partner. What is the order of the strongest of all the builds? Currently, the Druid is the strongest. Easily. But that's also because Druid is just frankly broken. There's not much competition, you know, when build broken, then build broken. You see, like now we have all 6 skills are volatility empowered. So that means 180% bonus damage. Just more DPS. And obviously we're not having a Bodian, but if I can just jump around, I don't require a Bodian. What I wonder is if it's time to technically, at this point, decide that we want to play with more damage reduction instead of the monology jumping, bumping around. Like we're instantly doing more damage. This should be kind of apparent, right? With this enemy type, like, dungeon is going like 400 times easier. Might be because it's fire damage that we're taking here and we have bonus fire resistance, right? I'm still surprised our fire resistance is so shoddy. Oh wow, seem like kindly death. Fine. Dr. Q-Soul, thank you for gifting us a sub away. Q-Soul, appreciate it. I have a question. I've been messing with cold builds in Necro that are not minion primary damage. There's something there maybe with Cold Sever and Cold Soul Rift. No, it was actually tried by a couple of creators in the Diablo community, already in the PDR and everything. So sadly, Cold Soul Rift is just not scaling enough, as Cold Sever is also not scaling enough. There was obviously a thought like, hey, we could use Signet of Pelgain and then do all the cold damage and then go crazy. But the skills inherently just don't scale enough. That's the biggest issue. So you technically, yeah, sure, you could do these builds. You're not wrong about it. There was also an idea to use a cold Army of the Dead, for example. Because why not? Cold Army of the Dead should basically function. It doesn't. It was tried. It was tested. It was discarded as sadly not functional. But I'm happy that you're willing to experiment. So that's good to see. Always nice to see the thought process there. You've been hitting hundreds of billions. Yeah, that's like the problem, right? Hitting hundreds of billions is good enough for tier 10, even good enough for tier 11. But when you're trying to stable be in tier 12, you either like gotta hit like hundreds of billions with every single hit, and that multi hundreds of billions, right, with potential trillions outliers, or you're just not going to be comfortable. So I mean, if you're happy with Torment 10, then that's fine, right? I mean, most builds will actually reach Torment 10 with relative ease. And technically, Torment 10 is also what the casual player should just be content with. I know the casual player won't just be content with this, but they should. Wow, that boss just melted in the 110. This is like what reassures me that we have like no problem going for 120. Because if we can melt the boss like this, then that's just like, it's so required. Let's get Eliminator up. We actually need to get Eliminator higher so our willpower goes up, right? Because now our willpower gets 300 more points, chat. Is Hellfire better than Dreadclaws this season? Yes, 100%. Dreadclaws was never good, Bodhi. Dreadclaws works to get to Torment 12, but that's kind of like where it stalls out.
That's it for that piece.
Okay, now we get a Nightmare Dungeon escalation in our hands. Let's clear out our inventory beforehand. So my plan is, for the people to understand, what is our plan here a little bit? We want to consider playing 2 sets instead of 1 set with a mythical seal. Get the mythical seal just for that purpose, right? But here, mythical seal. And the idea would be, hey, we would go for the Bear of the Nameless. Right? Because if you look at this, we would get casting a sigil skill begins a ritual for 60 seconds that grants 100% bonus damage, intensifies up to 200% as the ritual nears its end. Completely sigils progress ritual by 6 seconds, so it's kind of good. And the ritual grants 20% damage reduction that intensifies with the ritual. So we would get a bonus damage reduction, and we would get a bonus damage grower. On top of, like, the only thing we would lose pretty much is that my rampage costs Wrath. Which is like, I think like for pit pushing, I would do this. And then for running dungeons, I would do the Anathema of Primes. That's kind of like what I'm currently looking at. Because with the Anathema of Primes, I can obviously just fly through dungeons, right? But if I'm pushing the pit, I want to have the damage reduction. I'm on a minion necro and have the same gear as the 126 tower leader, but I can hardly do 120. You say the same gear, but I'm going to assume that there's still tangible differences that you just simply might not be aware of. Right? So you're saying the same, but is it really the same? Maybe you think you just have the same gear, right? Are you hitting the same breakpoints, right? Critical strike chance breakpoints. Or you have the multipliers on the multipliers, right? Same all stats. Like I don't know if you have the Paragon boards, right? Glyphs leveled up. Like all of this is kind of like what matters. All of these things play a role. So it's really hard to say you have the same stuff. Why are you not getting higher? Because minuscule differences still make a big difference when it comes down to getting further in the pit and going for maximum damage, right? Marantha, so there's not a simple answer for you, pretty much. I cannot tell you like, yes. It might also be that the tower leader is abusing a bug you're not aware of, right? And we can look at the, like, I mean, I hope you're, like, if you're talking about the solo self-found tower leader, we can look at his gear if you want to. You're unranked. Necromancer. Okay, so it's never gonna load that. So there's a 131. So you mean the 126, maybe? No? I mean, yeah, you want the Undercrown because it seems like the Undercrown summons more minions, if I'm not mistaken, right? Is the 3 to minion skills? Oh, he's actually playing the Bone Splinter Golem variant. Interesting. Because he's spamming Bone Splinter as a shadow skill to apply more, and he has the Bloodmet Idol as well. I can see that. So, like, do you have the same crit chance here? He has crit chance there. He has attack speed. That is an important one, 18.3 with a bonus quality. So he's probably hitting, like, an attack speed breakpoint that he reaches the 100% attack speed. I'm not sure if you're reaching the 100% attack speed, right? All things that are mattering. These are actually low multipliers, right? He has multiple crit chances that work in his favor. Greater affixes on the thingies down here matter a lot too. Obel Reserve, finally. This is what I was hoping for. Undercrown is bugged. I think Undercrown could give you more minions in Mythic. Now, don't nail me down on that. I heard something, like, on the side, but I'm really not sure. Now, I have personally done also Pit 120 without the Mythic Undercrown. Okay. And the reason I'm not getting higher is my amulet is just shitty. My gloves are just shitty. So those are things I definitely have to improve. Also, getting glyph levels. I mean, your glyphs need all to be at least 110 if you want to go higher than 120. Right, no questions asked. Glyph levels need to be up. It gives 3 instead. It gives 4 instead of 3 thing for the Mythic. Yeah, there definitely was something, but I don't know what there was. I'm looking for the Obel chest, but there is no Obel chest. Where are my Obel chests? There should be at least 20 in here, but there are not 20 in here. Ja, bitte, meine Kinder. Kann ich euch den Ballon aufpusten? Und das, während ich auf der Arbeit bin. Ihr verlangt das Unmögliche. Aber... Gib mir einen Moment, ich muss hier kurz noch durchhüpfen, okay? Ja, kannst du gerne was tun. Gib mir einen Moment. Auf da rein zu sabbern, wenn ich den aufpusten soll. I need to... I'm a balloon artist, Chan. Give me a second. It's a really difficult balloon to blow up as well. Was hab ich dir gerade gesagt? Du hast da reingesabbert. Du sabberst da rein. Du sabberst da rein. Hör auf da rein zu sabbern. Gib ihn mir. Was ist los? It's one of these ginormous balloons. Nein, da würde ich. weiß. Ja. Aria? Deswegen macht man das nicht hier. Zimmertür zu, bitte. Danke. Oh, that wasn't even like, it could have gone bigger. It could have gone bigger. This wasn't even my final form. This wasn't even my final form. Wasn't even my final. Like, so the best part about these huge balloons, okay, is you were thinking we're doing nitrous balloons on stream. Honestly, if we're doing nitrous balloons on stream, you can please report me to Twitch, okay? Right away. And get me banned. Like, that's what I deserve. If we were doing nitrous balloons on stream. Get my ass off the platform ASAP. No, so like these are the one of the big balloons, and the coolest part is even though they don't have helium, right? Due to their sheer size, they have like their own momentum. I don't know if you ever noticed this, but if you have giant balloons, they develop like their own. They don't just sink as fast as non-giant balloons. So when you throw them up, they kind of like develop their own cool momentum, and they're just way more fun to play with. That's why we like to buy them giant balloons, because it's just more interesting. You might have just never noticed because you never cared to notice, but it is actually a fact that they have like their own life, pretty much. Super funny. You're a touring EDM musician. Well, then you have seen shit, my friend. I assume. But I'm really happy we didn't have to bother with things like that in my youth. I mean, we just had alcohol, I guess. and the normal drugs that I never had to take. Thank you very much. But like we didn't have something like the nitrous balloon thingy. That's past my time. Or I was just never at the right parties. I don't know. Like I guess I should be happy regardless. Right, freedom? Perceived freedom. Or non-caring parents. I'm not sure if non-caring parents are the same as freedom. Actual freedom, right? We can have a whole discussion about that. How's Warlock? Pretty decent. So we're currently here in Torment 11. We could go to Torment 12, but I just like touring Torment 11. You know, it's just fun. So we're gonna kill this dude here really quickly. Oh, we're gonna kill this dude here really quickly again because he just decided to respawn. And by the way, this is what I do for Horadric Cube materials. As you can see, the amount of tuning prisms dropping is insane. Layer keys, layer keys, layer keys. No, actually, Astaroth, I got him. So this is like Torment 11 Astaroth. Now we're gonna get him off his horse. Now we're gonna put down all my maskies, jump into him for a second, and he's dead. 730 billion chat. I mean, considering like with how much gusto we're shooting these thingies out, 730 million just feels a billion seems just really good to me. Right, with the speed that we're doing DPS. Do you see yourself doing Pally this season? Yes, we are probably going to do Pally, but like we get other things we want to do first. So Pally is definitely on the list, but it's not high on the list right now. As you say, the state of Paladin is sad. The only reason for me to do is a Pally build, to actually do a Pally build. I'm not doing a Pally build because, you know, like it's community service, pretty much. I wonder if maximum life on a ring would be good for the build we're playing. Patch next week. Yes, patch is happening next week. It's confirmed already, and the patch will be fixing most of the problems. Allegedly. Okay, this one has crit chance armor. I mean, the crit chance is great. The shadow multiplier is shit. The armor is shit, right? I like the crit chance. I would have preferred an actual... That's attack speed. Fuck yeah, I like that. Because as you can see, attack speed is like everything we kind of need. So if I can get a ring with attack speed, that's pretty huge. I think we're going to craft with this one now. Let's see what we can do. So we're going to take the attack speed ring. We're going to remove the... You know what? The easiest way to work with this ring is going to be locking it. So we're going to lock the attack speed. No change. And we're going to put it in. Remove all the affixes. Apart from attack speed. And we're going to add aggressive ones. Focus reroll. That needs to be critical strike damage. 25. Or bust. I mean, now I'm obviously never going to see it again, right? Critical strike chance of 5. It's not bad. Let's go add affix, see what we're getting. Shadow damage multiplier is useless, so focus reroll, see if we get something different. It just rerolled that, so we're going to remove both again. One again, then focus reroll. It's a bit like when you lock something early, it's a bit greedy, because now I'm down to I can't reroll anything, so we get the vuln damage, try to add crit. All damage, try to add... crit. I mean, not bad. It's a triple multiplier ring. I would prefer crit chance because we need a certain amount of crit chance, because if we don't get crit chance, like we're currently sitting at 32%. So not too hot. I kind of like that as a triple multiplier ring though. Let's play with this one. I mean, tri-multiplier rings are not a lot happening. Probably hit the attack speed, yeah. The faster we can zoot, the better it is. I mean, we're sitting at 65. 65. Temper, what do we put on? I mean, I currently have... lucky hit to do resource. Since we're not planning, we can really use that to 15. We get Rast, Regen. We could probably do crit damage instead.
You know where to find.
This should be interesting.
And we could remove the resource Perberia. Let's see if that actually works. But what aspect will we put on? This is the harsh part, because we get like Remorseless here, we get Demonic here, and we get the Hellfire skill here. So I don't actually have that many affixes that I can use that are kind of useful. Most of the things I do are blah, right? Questionable. I mean, we could just play, yeah. Play volatility aspect technically. The advantage that this one has is like the crit damage multiplier at 50. It's kind of nice. Let's see how our resources are behaving in this one now. Okay, that brings us to 27 crit. 27 crit is like really low. Do you know what's going on with Rogue? Rogue is currently bugged, so all the top finishes you're seeing are literally abusing a bug. I'm not sure what the bug exactly is. I'm also not interested in recreating it. So yeah, that's that. Chad, are we just doing way more damage with that new ring and the new aspect? I mean, are we just carving through this? I mean, we were doing that before already, but I feel like we put another notch on damage here right now. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We definitely put like another. I mean, that's a 2-minute pit 110. So that new ring, together with the new aspect, that 465 billion, just casually. Okay, that's working really good. Gotta turn off my demon form for a GIF. Doesn't matter because you can go fake demon form for the time being. So why are you gonna turn off your demon form? Because I've been burning myself so hard that I'm about to die. Right, which is obviously a problem. So we need to turn it off. Then we turn it back on. And we can burn ourselves harder again. We forgot to use our other set for even more damage. Okay, before we did a pit 110 in 5 minutes, right, chat? Well, I think our changes are useful. And this is also why I haven't given you the build yet, right? Because this is obviously a billion times better than what we have before. No questions asked. I do believe we should go back to the Lucky Hit Chance resource, though. Because I think that one was too good to not play. Yeah. One of these elites has an annoying thing going on that killed me. So yeah, Rogue is heavily bugged as it was last season, but for some reason the bug is back. Okay, look at that, chat. We're hitting him for trillions now. Damn. Now we did something correct with that latest boost. That was good. I think I need to take my ring eliminator up here. We said that, like, the higher we get this one, the better it is. So this one needs to be 100 now really quick. Why? Because then my willpower, so all my willpower points that we have here currently, right, that we have here in the middle, all these willpower points, they'll essentially double to 10, and that's great. What we also need to do is we desperately need to pull out like all the little here. This one is, for example, willpower boosted, but it's not worth it to actually willpower boost that. So it would be better if you just like do this, for example, and just go like simple through. Just make sure it's activated, because the crit damage is not that much more, but actually getting our all stat here simply up is going to be doing a lot for us. Definitely better. Because more willpower is like more all damage, and that's just like fire. What do you think is better, crit damage or crit multiplier? Crit multiplier is always better than crit damage, but you need a healthy dose of everything, right? Okay, let's take this ring here that had crit chance as well, right? We're gonna remove the armor and the shadow damage. So we're gonna remove the armor, simple. Then we're gonna add... Oh, crit damage multiplier in max. Let's fucking go, chat. And willpower. That willpower we could now chaotic reroll into something else, because we're going to have to do the crit damage multiplier in something different. So we want this willpower to be cult resistance, which we're also going to chaotic reroll. And it's going to be willpower, which we're going to chaotic reroll. Willpower just got chaotic reroll into willpower. That's great. Lightning resistance. Maximum life. Could actually keep that maximum life. I'm not sure if we can really roll this last one into something. Vulnerable damage. Look at this, chat. Okay, now what we're gonna put this over to. So the shadow damage multiplier into preferable attack speed. Yeah, look at this. I mean, 8.7 is doable. 9.3 is better. Then we're going to masterwork it up, and this time we're going to make sure to hit the crit, that we're actually getting good crit values, right? So 10% critical strike chance, yabba dabba do. Then we're going to masterwork it, and we're going to go for that resource restoration until we hit that as max, because that lucky hit to restore resource allows us just to spam harder, especially the more attack speed we have. You need enough base crit damage for the multiplier to perform at its best. Exactly. So optimally, you would like to have at least on your gloves and maybe on your amulet that critical strike damage, because if you don't have any critical strike damage base, then nothing can be multiplied up, right? Come on, give me the max. Give me the max. What is even the max, Chad? I mean, it's not like that we need the max. It's just out of principle that we want the max.
Back to it then.
And what aspect do we play? We play Hellfire. Yeah. Aspect of ignition, scorching heat. Yeah.
Fate must have plans for you.
So, oh, my other one does not even have a jiggy in Chad. I was missing my elemental resistance. If you look at that. Okay, my boots are pretty much perfect, so I could transfigure my boots. And we got a greater affix to maximum life, I think, or movement speed. Movement speed, so we're moving even faster. My pants are already transfigured, I think. No, they're not transfigured. My pants are perfect. They got a greater affix on armor. What did we get here? I'm gonna get a second greater affix. I just don't see which one it is. I think armor. Otherwise, it wouldn't be 3K. My chest piece doesn't even have the temper. I just noticed that. Max roll, thank you. And we should probably move the... The aspect got GA'd. Wait, can the aspect? No, the aspect is GA'd already because it's mythic. The aspect cannot get GA'd. So damage reduction. I still feel like that Heavenly Strength is not working, but I still haven't got my answer. Try the Heavenly Strength again to see if we're actually... What I was wondering is, so the Heavenly Strength gives us bonus damage reduction, right? What I wanted to know is if Demon Form would actually remove toughness from us. So right now I'm standing here, I got 1,000,000 toughness. If I go into Demon Form, I still have 1,000,000 toughness. Technically, Heavenly Strength should work. Okay, let's try out now with a new ring, right? How we're doing a pit 120 is greedy, but I just want to see. I mean, my glyphs are not even remotely upgraded for a pit 120, right? Makes no sense to even try because we're just doing less damage than we should, but I just want to see how it would look so far. Yeah, okay, damage good. Again, considering that the top Warlock is 130, right? And we're 10 pit tiers behind without a mythic. We could clear it, but it would be tedious to do so. So I think we could go through this, right? It would just take. Boss fight should be easy. Because boss fight on the build is easy. Funny how we haven't left the starting area because it's not worth it to leave the starting area, right? Oh god, these elites. Does this build heavily profit from you being like in these tiny corner areas? It does. Because obviously all my health thingies are bouncing off the walls and everything. So if I can like have these dudes here confined in these areas and just have my little dudes like bounce, bibbity bounce, bibbity bounce, bibbity bounce, right? This is just like cheat code we can make the most out of. Because if it now was a bigger area, then I would obviously bounce less and therefore get less out of this. Okay, not a single glyph, 100 chat. And pit 120 possible. You know what? That has me satisfied. But I don't think it's like worth it to like attempt this right now because you're literally just slowing yourself down, right? It's like, could I farm this to push my glyphs? Yes. But is it worth it to farm this to push your glyphs? No. Because I can do 110s until all my glyphs are literally 100, right? That's what, like, first goal, do pit 110. Get all your glyphs to 100. Then try to push further, realistically. What I like is the defense, though. I mean, right now, I haven't, like, felt like we were scraping by, right? We're close to death in any capacity. That's good. What I don't like is how we still have a shitty amulet and can't get a better one. What character are you using? This is a Warlock, my friend, and we're using the Hellfire version of him. Oh, we just got a Lethal Shrine. That means everything we do is a crit, chat, and that is actually illegal now. But it also just shows me how we need more crit chance. I wonder if it would be better to temper crit chance on our weapon than attack speed. I mean, as you can see, like, the more attack speed I have, the better it is. Because I can literally just hold down the attack speed button here, and my resource never runs out. Right? So, like, if I can, like, spam away, that's obviously what we need to do. Oh, there was a billion hit, Chan. Trillion hit, sorry. There was 3 trillion hit. I wasn't aware that we get up to those numbers yet, regularly. And that's like still without a mythic, right? So I would say like double-digit trillions, definitely possible. Triple-digit trillions, not. Quick necro question. Build always shows Imbiber pushing and get it, but I hate spamming pots. What's the alternative for Imbiber and Bloodwave build? I never played the Bloodwave build, so I cannot tell you. I haven't like touched Bloodwave in like very long while because I personally find Bloodwave absolutely abhorrently boring. Probably also because like, you know, having to press things like Imbiber. So I am probably the wrong authority to ask there. Lotsara is definitely like, he's the Bloodwave authority. I mean, you can just simply not play Imbiber, my friend. Like, you know, nothing stops you from playing a slightly less effective glyph for more game fun. That's what I would recommend to you, right? Because realistically, you're still going to be... That's another trillion hit. Let's go. Realistically, that's another trillion hit. Dankeschön. you're going to be very well off without Imbiber. Just that with Imbiber, you do more. But if Imbiber feels for you bad gameplay-wise, then just put it away. That's how I feel. I mean, you're obviously not trying to become the highest pit position, right? So you don't have to play like that. This is like important. So am I trying to be the highest pit rank? No. Do I want to still push? Yes. But does that mean I could play Icar Carapace to actually get more defense instead of more damage? Absolutely. Right? I could just be like, yeah, you know what? Icar Carapace, because it actually does make it more convenient for me to play. I am more tanky in Torment 12. Why wouldn't I want to be more tanky in Torment 12? And as soon as we have our demon form, we're instantly doing trillions of damage. We're also sitting like at how much HP? 71,000 life, chat. It's nice, right? Especially because 71,000 life also means 71,000 barrier. Did you make a guide for this build already? No, because we're putting the finishing touches on today, my friend. And I do believe we do actually need another day tomorrow to put like the finishing touches on. So tomorrow we'll have the planner, and after the stream tomorrow we probably have the guide already. Because I kind of feel like, you know, I want to give this another day of grinding instead of just pumping out the guide. Because there's definitely more that we can still learn from this. I mean, I am so far rather happy with what we have here. I mean, like, it just works. It is tanky. It is, like, super strong. But we need to fine-tune the items. Like, especially getting, like, more crit chance is, like, absolutely mandatory. Because, like, we noticed that 32... Okay, that's our first death here right now. At 32% crit chance is just not enough. Like, I don't think we need to discuss that. Is that enough? Is that not enough? It is not enough. Okay, something is doing abhorrent immense amounts of damage there. So I'm just going to jump, like, 3 screens further to ignore whatever, like... There could have been one that has, like, some really shitty thing going on again, right? That just breaks your demon form right away. Okay, we get demon form back up. Let's see what we can do to this boss now. 7 minutes in, ladies and gentlemen. Seven minutes in would still be a tower finish, right? Because tower is 10 minutes long. So as long as we stay under 5, we could have also done a tower. 4 trillion, chat. 4 trillion hit. Okay, the biggest issue in a boss fight like this is that I actually need to turn off the demon form, right? Like in this higher tier pit boss fight right now, I need to turn off the demon form to not kill myself. Or he's still standing close to the boss. Well, if I stand close to the boss, then my dudes are just passing him faster by and then going faster through him and faster through the wall and faster through everything. Trillions. Okay, we have ramped up enough, chat. We've ramped up for the trillions now. Okay, this would be enough for a tower finish. Come on, take him down. Let's go. Woo, 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 woo. Pit 120. I like it. Pit 120 with... Here, look at my glyphs, chat. I think that's good. Feels really powerful. But you notice how much grind we still have left to do to really get to the point where we can say, yep, this is now, like, super worth it, right? Well, builds are B tier, apparently not. No, Warlocks are currently sitting as in the middle spot, right? So Barbarian, like, if you look in the leaderboard right now, so generally speaking. So Barb is 140, right? 140. I mean, very few Barbs. So Barb is 135. Let's ignore the top 7, okay? Realistically, if we're going for the average equipment, top 50. So Barb is 131, okay? Necromancer is a bit easier to get strong, so you don't need outlier equipment. So you can actually say that it's around 115 to 120 for Necromancer, right? Then we got here the Sork. Sork is 137 outlier, but that makes it also like around 130, right? Rogue is broken, so Rogue doesn't count. Then we got Druid 141, and Druid is really easy to get strong, as you can see. Druid is really top 130, like easily. Look at this. That's crazy, right? So even people with terrible equipment. We get Spiritborn. Spiritborn is abusing a bug, but still like also 130 easily. And if you're then looking for Necromancer, Necromancer is sitting at 134. However, look at the difference, right? The difference in tiers, 127 to 134. So realistically, Necromancer is actually sitting at pit 115. Yes, you heard right. Necromancer is sitting at pit 115. So let's see what this man here has for equipment. He's going for the Lunatic build, right? And he has quite some good stuff already with double, triple greater affixes and that kind of thing. So, like, we just did a 120 and we still had time to spare. So that would already put us into the top 35. A Rogue is currently hardcore bugged and super bug abusing as well. Hardcore bug abusing. Bug, buggity bug. Rogue's evil. Everyone playing Rogue is also evil. So what we could try out, though, is we could try lowering our attack speed for something. And you know what it's called? Look at this. There's an attack speed. Aspect. It's called... Here. You gain 183% of your attack speed as increased damage, but no longer attack faster. Interesting, right? Because this one gets doubled up. So currently, I have this one. Each hit with Demonology skill increases damage you deal with Demonology skills, 122%. But I also attack 80% faster, correct? Or 70% faster. So you could also say, hey, what if we actually attack slower now? But we do hurt. So this gets doubled up. So I'm getting 258% bonus damage. But I would attack vastly slower. Let's go into a pit 110 that we could do in 2 minutes or 3 minutes, right? At the slowest. How much faster would it now be if we be attacking slower? Now, the interesting part about the attacking slower is that you also would burn yourself slower, right? Think about it. Like, we attack slower, right? We don't get that crazy speed anymore. But each of our hits is like now a nuclear bomb, pretty much. The only problem is that our jumping would also be slower. So that's kind of like, ugh. Like, right? I would never use this aspect for anything but pit pushing. Because it turns you like into a Giga Snail. But it turns into a Giga Snail that's shooting rockets. Now I wonder if that is, end of the day though, better because you're shooting nuclear bombs at your opponents essentially. And I mean, you can see that in the damage. My damage now is already in the easy hundreds of billions. Right? Look, like we're pretty much one-hitting everything. Kind of funny, not gonna lie. I'm really not sure how I feel about this, but I gotta see the boss damage, right? To decide if how much I like this or not. When it makes it less spammy, but more by design than by choice. I wonder if you play the slower build, how it would work with Crown of Lucian, because you couldn't spam, essentially. I mean, I don't have to turn my demon form off right now. Kind of want to turn off my demon form before I die because I'm close to dying. But I can probably just one-hit the boss almost. Here, what's this? Oh yeah, I killed myself nicely. So right now I wouldn't even say this is faster. It's an interesting thought to turn your attack speed into dude, that's a 3 trillion hit just randomly. I'm not sure if I like that. Okay, we get this one to 100 now. That's important because, again, it increases our willpower almost to 3k. Let's go to Belial because we've killed Belial before in Torment 10 and he just fell over. So let's do a comparison in the aspects, okay? Oh, this feels so bad. And I like how slow this is. You know what? For Belial, let's put on the set. So that's the maximum nuking now, because the Sigil of Chaos starts our... Do you have a build guide for this build? No, not yet, sir. We only have the 1:70 version that we use for leveling. Yeah, let's see how the damage is, chat. I mean, damage is nasty. This is a Torment. That was Torment 11. Okay. Still not the amulet you're looking for. Okay, let's go Torment 12 then. How's Roller feeling this opinion? Brilliant. Couldn't 200% movement speed cancel out the move. So Rampage works with attack speed. Okay? The speed of Rampage is bound to attack speed. The only, like, I could pretty much stop rampaging and just accept that that I have to walk. Pretty much. Do you have any guides to the point of the warp line? Yes, I just uploaded yesterday? 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Okay, that, this, there, then die. Yeah, that's fantastic damage. I mean, just especially because we're rammed up now. Okay, Chad? So I have rammed up now. I am fully in function of everything that I do. Which means that if I now resummon him, right, I will be juiced. Because that's the interesting part. So I already have, like, you know, my damage stacks are already damaging now. They're already refreshed. Everything is going. That means when I now activate my shit, look at his HP now go away. Ba 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 bum. This would also work versus Torment 12 Mephisto, probably. I think I'm not ready yet, right? I would like to boost the build up further before taking on Torment 12 Mephisto. But we could already check how much damage it would actually be, realistically. I still have to say that I don't like the slowness of the attacks. It makes me physically cringe inside.
You know where to find me.
How slow that is.
Pity to break another's work.
Graphics, impairment reduction, demonology skills. Now, these have fire this has fire resistance, which is actually really, like, useful. We kind of needed. Good charms, seals. Teleport to our good old friend Mephi. Is the damage based around Blazing Scream? Yes. The damage is based around Blazing Scream, and you're boosting your damage by using the Metamorphosis. Metamorphosis gives you 6.4% damage per Hellfire skill you use. So every single time I use a Hellfire skill, like this, right, in my demon form, I will get more damage. Every single time. Okay, well, this is already... Yeah, I mean, he would nuke me. It's a problem. So I'm saying, like, we're probably, like, with the with the low attack speed version, this is probably going to be, like, just ass to fight against. Because realistically, you're so slow and it's so awkward. More importantly, I do actually need to hit him to get my berry up, right? So if he's untargetable because he's jumping around, he's going to make it hard for me. I mean, we know we have the damage output to do it, so that's step number one. Absolutely worth it. Right? But if we don't have a barrier, we just instantly die. Defense is the issue. Yeah, for Mephisto, definitely. I mean, our life is great. See, like this, if I go demon form, we have 54,000 life, and we stack it up to 70,000 life. We do have 1,000,000 toughness, which is not a lot, right? Oh, we do have damage reduction quite significant. The biggest problem right now is, like, so we're getting stacks as soon as we're in demon form, stacks that will kill us. Unless we actually hit him, right? Because by hitting him, we're turning these stacks into damage. But that means if he goes into an untargetable state, right, we are just getting stacks that will kill us. So it's like the actual, like, flip side here currently. Which means, yes, we can fight Mephisto, but I would still tweak the defense more. At least to 3 to 4 million toughness in tier 12. I disagree heavily. You can survive with way less toughness. It just really depends on what your build does. So if you're obviously like a melee build, having less is terrible. But if you're a build that knocks, for example, a lot, because there's an aspect that we can play on our amulet that will knock every enemy that comes even close to us, right, to the ground. Which actually makes this really, really useful to play in thingies. So, demonology. I mean, we could technically also put on the Hellfire aspect. The problem is, so Scorching says your skills deal increased damage equal to 80% of your fire damage, of your resistance, fire damage reduction. My fire damage reduction is sitting at 78%. So right now, the aspect of Scorching Heat, if I put it on, would be 150% of 80%, essentially. Is that really worth it? It's 150, 80 times 1.5 is 120. 120 would end up being not really that useful. Because the rate Demonology goes up to 130. Total. So the problem that it's just like a useless aspect, kind of. Let's do a Torment 12 Nightmare Dungeon with the speedy aspect, though. A Nightmare Dungeon escalation to see like how we're vibing here. How many mythics you get from drops so far? Today, 3 in a row, pretty much. Problem is that not a single one was useful. So we had 3 in a row, and we don't need a single one of those. Make of that what you want. See, as good as the version is, I wouldn't want to play it. Yeah, our damage is more than enough for Torment 12. That's not a surprise. And the Theme of the Primes in. What do we play on the Theme of the Primes here in these dungeons? Movement. Travel to the crib. Destroy skeletal constructs. I did. I did by accidentally landing on it, Chan. You know, my fat ass just landed on this skeletal construct and it just imploded. Okay, so we gotta kill all, then slay the gatekeeper, and then we finally have the key. Just give me a try dungeon, because why wouldn't you? How do you fish for the aspect that you don't have? Opal gambling, or the aspect caches from bartering. So that's the build in Torment 12, chat. I guess this is a good demonstration. And our toughness is 1.5 million. But we are pretty much killing everything before it can even touch us. So that's the solution, you know? Just overwhelming damage. How do you solve your problem? Overwhelming damage. More violence. Right? But then you might actually die like this. Still. That's the downside when overwhelming violence fails, because you just jumped into an opponent and he had more overwhelming violence than you. Now, the good thing is that I can just kill them from the other side of the room without ever having to get close to them, right? But it means we have to, like, tinker more with the defenses of the build, obviously. And I could probably take some Wrath Generation off to get more resties, but I feel like that is not the answer. I mean, Warlock's definitely weakness is defense. But it shall not be the end of us, ladies and gentlemen. So again, bartering vendor for aspects. You can obol gamble. You can do the upgrade rares to legendaries in the Horadric Cube, and hopefully get the aspect you're looking for. I mean, the easiest way is definitely obol gambling, because one Nightmare Dungeon escalation gives you around 10,000 obols, right? If you get a good escalation. Ergo, you can just get so many obols, like, from one single event, that then, like, gambling with those is more or less guaranteed to get you whatever you're missing. Plus, minus, more greater affix items anyways. So that's anyways fantastic, right? I think the resists are way too low. I mean, we have 2 Grand Jewels happening. We have taken every single resist node that is possible in our Paragon board. Diamond Reserve. Diamond Reserve is better. As much as I want to do Diamond Reserve. Ghost, pleasure. Hope you have a fantastic day as well. Dub, by the way, thank you for your subscription. Sorry for missing that earlier. So yeah, but like, I mean, it would be, oh god, unstoppable. It'd be fantastic to have more Resies, but in reality, I don't think we can get those. Because every stat we have taken right now is pretty much max-a-doodle. Slate Keepers. I did. Slate Keeper 1. Did Slate Keeper 2. Where's Slate Keeper 3? I remember this one killing me many times in old Nightmare dungeons. Oh, double gems. And well, please. I think you were reading YouTube. I always read YouTube, my friend. I think I just saw your statue tech and I was like, those are the same as my chart and I'm super weak. I mean, like, resistances is definitely a harsh topic, especially if your Paragon boards just don't allow you for more resistances, right? That's like an ongoing issue. Okay, what time is it? 6:25. Unique riches of materials, unique spoils, riches of material, yes. Okay, let's see. This is Torment 12 Astaroth. Who's obviously, I mean, he's a challenge, right? Torment 12 Astaroth is not an easy kill. But since we're fighting him, we can actually swap in the... Oh, wait. We get the Anathema of Crimes. So I can just go for more damage. Okay, we might be self-immolating ourselves. That is going to be a questionable problem right now. Because we're close to having to stop our demon form. But I really don't want to stop my demon form. Did we just get a Burning Butcher? 2 trillion, let's go. Okay, easy, ladies and gentlemen. Easy. Bit risky, but all in all good. Goddess, stop dropping items. Whew. Futska, thank you for the 95 centuries of support. Futska, that's very, very kind of you. Thank you for being here for such a long time. Like, seriously. 2-3 months, huh? Okay, we got nothing, and then nothing, and then a little bit more of nothing. I mean, this is armor. This is maximum life, but we have maximum life here. Actually, we have see on my chest, we have maximum resistance to all elements, which is amazing. So the question rather is, what could we change? So on my boots, we have movement speed. Technically, we could change movement speed. Because realistically, we're jumping, right? We're jumping everywhere. I don't need movement speed, as if I need to move, I jump. So I guess like that movement speed off. And resistance to all elements on. My pants could have resistance to all elements, but that's not possible. My gloves cannot have it. My helmet has it. My other helmet has it. So I actually have 2 resistance to all elements, right? I have 2 of them going on, which is immense. Like more than other builds have. So we're actually sitting at 70%. 70% is reasonable. With our fire resistance obviously sitting higher because we juiced it like tremendously. And if I go here for resistance, so I went for resistance, right? So I get this. I get this. I get that. We get the double resistance here. So we could get more life out of this, preferable, some armor. And we are only missing the resistance here on this side. So instead of now going over the left, I could technically say, hey, instead of going over that side, we go over this side. Then pull out some willpower shenanigans here to actually make our way up, right? And get ourselves another like 333 resistance. So that wouldn't hurt. It brings us up to 375. So like 1% more, not really. Now you could technically look for resistances here from these. Not uncommon, right? But maybe we get some resistance on those, but not really. We actually see a pit 110 when I'm now going for the full. Well, Cinder, thank you for all the tutorials. It's my pleasure. Oh, one of them has retaliation. It means he's shooting back at me. Okay, so this is now without the jumpy and bumpy, but with the maximum damage. As you notice, I'm not getting the maximum, like I'm not getting my maximum movement speed. It's because we're putting the Anathema Prime out, but we're playing our Sigil skill for 200% more bonus damage. Overall, a bit less movie. I think movie enough, right? I can jump when I need to jump. Also, the damage is higher, so that one is actually nice. For some reason, you cannot make damage like this happen. What build are you trying? I mean, there's always a reason why you can't make damage like this happen. There's always an explanation. You might just simply not be aware what multiplier you're missing. If that makes sense. What is it you're missing? Yeah, definitely faster with this setup in terms of like overall clear speed. Not surprised. Also tankier in this setup, so that's important. Beat the game, but most ever did was 1 million. Yeah, I mean, like, beating the game is obviously, like, it's just scratching the surface, if that makes sense. Look at the damage, dude. That poor boss. Damn, chat. Yeah, beating the boss is scratching the surface of the game. You beat the campaign, for example, because afterwards is really where everything comes together. So we get that 100... I want Unbound. I want the critical strike down. Technically, Hellforge is one of my biggest multipliers because it actually gives me like 7.5 per point of intelligence, so that is good. Yeah, also, if you don't have the DLC, you're gonna be suffering. I just recently learned that X multipliers are better than plus. I mean, plus is not a multiplier. Plus is additive. Okay? Plus critical strike damage. X fire damage. So X is actually a multiplier, while the other is an additive bonus. Additive does what it does. It adds damage, while multiplier does what it does. It multiplies damage. Now, there is something you need to consider, though, and that is multipliers in between of each other. Because if I now have the multiplier for... if I have 2 crit damage multipliers, then that 1 crit damage multiplier doesn't multiply up the other crit damage multiplier. No, that 1 crit damage multiplier, is additive with the other crit damage multiplier. And that's why you want to have all the different kind of multipliers, if that makes sense. So you want a healthy amount of multipliers, essentially. And preferable all of them. What are we doing here right now? We're doing our first entry into the leaderboard with a Warlock today. Just to test the waters. What we can do. I mean, obviously, in order to go deeper, we need to just level up our glyphs. So, it's something we still have to do. But it's already, like, pretty smooth in. Did I just get a power island? Actually, plenty illegal. The good thing about this build is that I am actually hitting a whole screen. Oh, that guy has retaliation. I don't want to fight him. And here we are still fighting. I'm just going to burn myself to death with this. Okay, we're going to have to live with less damage for a second. I mean, 750 billion is less damage in this case. Oh. That is still the guy that has... Is there a build for this? No, I'm sorry. There's no build for this yet. We're still very much in the setting up stage. Like there's a lot of things I potentially will have to change still. I'm not sure about like the Paragon boards and the Paragon board pathing. So tomorrow you should have a planner for this. And then after tomorrow's stream is done, you should be getting the video that explains everything. I mean, we have today, we went from hundreds of billions to trillions, so that is good. Our defense also went vastly higher, so that's double good, right? I mean, you can see that we're kind of like smooth and really beautiful through content, so also nice. Not really struggling with much, if anything. Torment 12 boss is also a joke. Can technically kill Mephisto, so keep that in mind. I've never killed these. Oh, they drop you progression orbs. Okay, interesting. The cool part about this build right now is due to the area damage nature, I don't like suffer from hitting these pylons. Now I actually profit from hitting the pylons. That's nice. Stop with the swords. What are you running for vulnerable? The aspect is called a cursed touch, and it's just the easiest way to get vulnerable in my case right now. I could technically play... yeah, there's no other way than a cursed touch for me, honestly. The difference is I could put it on my amulet, so I could use a cursed touch over my amulet. Right now I have it on my helmet, but that's pretty much because I just don't have a better helmet going on. Like, so there's no better aspect for my helmet than what I have right now on it. Okay, all of these just don't want to die. That's fantastic. I gotta say this particular dungeon is just perfectly made for what we're doing. Where's the boss? There's the boss. Okay, chat. 5-minute easy look at the boss. Dude. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, nothing special. We made it. We cleared the pit. Rank 45 for the necromancers, right? Like that. So we made it. We made it here. So that's our first entry without glyphs properly upgraded, without a mythic, right? What do our friends have that are above us? So here, 116 Agravain has already a mythic. So oh, he's playing some. No, he's not playing something similar. He's playing Apocalypse, but he's playing Apocalypse with Molochs and in mythic, chat. See? What here? What do the 120ers have? So my goal is to beat the 120ers, right? That's my goal. He has nothing. He's playing the Seal of the Offenen build, obviously with good greater affixes. Kiri, thank you for rating your community over here. Good evening to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're doing well. I had an exciting stream so far. That boss was melting. Your boss damage is really not a problem for this. Again, it's like a self-immolation build, so it's all about balance, right? Like, you need to kill yourself, but you need to not kill yourself too hard. So you kind of need to kill yourself, but you kind of also need to reasonably not kill yourself, right? Like, punch yourself in the face, but don't punch too hard. Just reasonably hard. Okay, let's swap out our charm again for speed. And we get to play here another pit. We could do yeah, we wanted to do Helltide, but I want to do a Helltide, dum, yeah. Reasonable. I mean, our pit is now upgraded, so we can get Butcher. Pit Butcher as this build could be strong. Crazy. Kiri, good to see you there. Thank you for sending your community to us this late. Let me see. How would I fare in a Helltide? It's 13 minutes up. 13 minutes, you say? That should be enough for what we're planning. People want to play the builds they have fun with, but could use help optimizing. People want to play the builds they have fun with, but could use help optimizing. Yes. The problem is some builds just can't be optimized. Right, so like, that's the biggest problem. Some build, like, so someone comes to me and is like, I would like to play Bone Spear. And I'm like, stop. Just don't. I'm sorry. Just don't. Stop. Right away. Don't play Bone Spear. Like, there's only that much you can do with a Bone Spear build. Like, right? There's only that far a Bone Spear build can go. And, like, sure, I could optimize you now, the hell out of you to beat Torment 10, but I won't be having you smoothing through Torment 12. Because you're Bone Spear. And you won't just be smoothing through Torment 12. You will just never. And I don't mean this to be mean to you or hurt you, right? But it's just like, it's just not going to happen. But people are then like, I want to play my basic skill Hellfire build, and I also want to beat Torment 12 and beat Torment 12 Mephisto. You're like, but that's not happening. I am very much sorry about that. Like, this is not the reality of things. Oh, I'm burning myself right now, but self-immolation, and now we gotta turn it off. So as you can see, like, I'm dying here currently because I might have burned a little bit too hard, but now I'm just gonna turn it off, and then all the burn instantly stops. Right? So yeah, you're burning yourself hard, but then you just quickly press the stop button, and all the burn stops, and then you pretty much just restart it as soon as possible to just get the maximum damage. So now I'm gonna restart it, and on we go. Pretty much have like this little 14-second overlap where you don't do the maximum top tier damage, and then you just get it back. Not everyone wants that. I mean, if your goal is, for example, only Torment 10, sky's the limit. Like, the amount of builds you can play are endless. Like, you can do so many things. And that's actually, I think that's beautiful, that Torment 10 is just like the tier technically for the casual. And then if you want to go higher, if you want to be enthusiast, then you would have to play certain builds. Now, again, I would prefer if every skill could go to Torment 12, but that's just not the reality of things, right? It's just not. But again, there is a lot of builds you could play if you're just happy with 10 instead of 12. And it could be worse, right? Tier 10 is the sweet spot. I mean, tier 10 is the sweet spot where you don't have to care about one hits, where you don't have to care about like randomly dying to some ground effect and that kind of stuff, right? You can kill Torment 12 with Fisto without having to have perfect equipment. Like, Torment 10 has so many advantages, and yet people are scoffing at it. They're like, no, I need to be Torment 12. No, you don't. Why do you hate fun? I think it's fun to see how far I can get with garbage. Oh, absolutely. And that's why I just tested out if I could do that Pit 115 with my rather average gear. Because I just wanted to see, I mean, my gear's not average, but it's not god gear, right? It doesn't have all the great all the like crit damage multipliers, all that kind of stuff. It's good. It's not like cray. And obviously it's fun to see like how far can you get with this compared to then the dudes that have all the good shit happening. And also so one thing we, by the way, forgot to mention, that was someone asked, how can the Pit 126 guy be Pit 126 when I can't reach the same damage despite having similar gear? Paragon points. I forgot to mention Paragon points. So, like, you can farm Paragon points so easy. So it might be that the dude on 126 is sitting at 300 Paragon points. Right? That might be the reality. And you're not sitting at 300 Paragon points. When are you going back to PoE 2? When I'm done with Diablo 4 shenanigans. And there's still more Diablo 4 shenanigans to do. So we're... Oh my goodness, everything just died. So far from... I'll say this build is like exceeding all my expectations. Like, I knew this was going to work, right? But I was like by no means expecting this level of competence from the build. And I'm all here for it. Did Diablo improve compared to last year? Vastly. I mean, just the new DLC changed the game wholesale. Now, again, if you don't like Diablo, I don't think that the new DLC will magically make you like Diablo, right? Because it's like, despite a lot of things changing, like we pretty much still have the same endgame loop, the same target farm that Diablo had from the beginning, more or less, which I personally enjoy, right? I like how you get powerful in Diablo, but if you never enjoyed that, then the DLC didn't change anything for you. It did magically make the game into something that it just isn't. Why would you want every... No, so, listen, Ragnarok, I don't want every build to beat Torment 12. Let me say different. I would like every skill to have the chance to reach and do well in Torment 12. And the reality is that some skills from the get-go just can't do that. Like, right? You look at the core skills. You have 5 core skills. And I want all 5 core skills to be able to do Torment 12. Now, interestingly enough, for the Warlock, that's actually possible. So Barrage can do it. Hellfracture can do it. Umbral Chains can do it. And Blazing Scream. And also the Dreadclaw. So all can do Torment 12 for this class. But there are other classes where this is just not the case. Right? But in my humble opinion, it would be fantastic if every core skill, because they're your core skills, right? If all of them could actually reach Torment 12. Reasonable. Not breaking your back. We all know that they factually can't. Und zwei. Get the piece of ice. Weep, 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 beep, 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 beep. We're not ramped up yet, but it's enough for the beast of ice. Ah, come on now. You should have died there. Oh, actually, you did die there. Do you think set gear is going to come into the game? Because I found it easier to build when you had... here, these are sets. You have set gear in the game. Just not in the way how you might expect it, but sets are in the game. In case you missed it with the DLC. What would be the max Torment for Spiritborn? Spiritborn is one of the strongest builds this season. Not the strongest, but one of the strongest. There will always be a meta. Yes, I understand that there will always be a meta. But would it be so hard to make every core skill viable, Ragnarok? I mean, some people just like Bone Spear, right? Because Bone Spear is a cool, aesthetically pleasing skill. But you're not able to play it. Simply impossible. Unless you like pain. Oh, there's the Helltide Assassin. Hello, Mr. Helltide Assassin. Yep, this might, like, next to the Druid Lightning Storm build, this is becoming my favorite build, chat. I gotta say I like my Necro because it's my Necro. Don't get me wrong, right? But this I just like from a functional standpoint, the way how this works and how stupid it is. Best way to upgrade glyphs, do the pit you can do in 2-3 minutes. It's realistically the best way to upgrade your glyphs. I mean, right now I need to get all my glyphs to 100, okay? And I can do a pit 115 in less than 3 minutes. So here, no. Hellgain, no. So let's keep this out. Change our... Where did we put our... So here, pit 150. Oh, that's a tower. I want to build a tower. Gonna get into level 21, KO. I hope you've been working on those Helltide levels. You've been playing Stormborn with Death Touch instead of the Jaguar mobility. You spam Soar as your evade using the unique boots. Yeah, sure, could work. So this is like now a pit 115, right? And if I can clear this now in 3 minutes or faster, then this is a great pit to like level up my glyphs. At least to 106, right? I can get them up to 106 or 110 with pit 115 easily. Why 110? Because after 110, kind of like the percentage chance to upgrade kind of drops and it gets annoying. So like 110 is reasonably. Slow me down. I don't like that. Oh god, everything is slowed down. But you know what? Since everything was slowed down, it just hit him like 400 times in a row. Because he was just slowed down, stuck there. So everything we just did hit him 400 times in a row. Damage minus right now. We need to get our demon form down. Oh yeah, let's do this. I gotta say, like I really enjoy the events in the pit from this season. It's probably the best thing they did with the seasonal mechanic, that it's in the pit as well. That's definitely like increased my pit fun by a lot. I think from all the muck-ups this season, probably my favorite thing that has happened. I mean, it's like what means has happened. Like, no, it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. I hate the ghost dungeon where you just don't see your enemies because your enemies are ghosts, and then they like first have to spawn to be eligible to get killed. So, like, as you see, we like have 3 minutes for this one now, right? So definitely a good one for overall farm. If I now wanted to overall farm this. There's the boss, and now how quick can we kill him? The answer is decently quick, right? Boss Gonzo. I'm burning myself though, so I need to be a bit careful right now. I'm burning myself heavily. And now, like, this is 100, and we have a lot to still upgrade, right? So obviously now with the 110, we can go for +3 here. +3, and we can go +3, +3, +3. If I'm even going to keep this one, we can still go +2 here. Demonologist also +2. Like, right, with the 115, I'll just do now 3, 4, 5 of these, and I'm going to have all my glyphs up. Where does attack speed come from for Bone Spirit? Oh, I don't know right now. Sano? Don't know right now. If you can't get legendaries to drop, Scott Dorchester, come closer. You don't need legendaries to drop. You go to the bartering vendor and you buy yourself defensive, offensive, utility aspect caches. In order to get these aspect caches, you need to make sure that your mercenaries are leveled and you unlock their report here. But these aspect caches, they'll always drop you legendaries. So it's the easiest way how to get legendaries in the beginning without really having to try much. Pit level? Oh, that was just a 115 MP. So we, like, this one is, we're going to clear a 120 tomorrow, easily. We're already in the top 50. So, hey, ladies and gentlemen, 45, we did it. So tomorrow we're going to clear a 120, probably higher. So with a 120, we're already sitting in the top 30, right? If we do this, so that would top 30. If we clear a 125, that would almost bring us up in the top 10. Correct? And if you look at, like, the people up here, they're all, like, having, you know, mythics, 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 mythics galore for bonus damage. We'll have to see. Now, I still have to think about redoing my attack speed here over to crit chance, because currently I'm sitting at 70% attack speed bonus, which is great. But I feel like I need more crit chance. So we definitely have to try tempering this one over. and actually directly see if we can then do the dungeon faster. Because if I now do this crit chance here until we're hitting the max, right? Come on. Give me the max. So that's 15. So 15 brings us up to 44.5. That's a lot. Now is the question, does the dungeon actually go faster? Any of them running a similar build? There are Blazing Screen builds in there. At least builds that use Moloth's Flame. But none is using the skill combination we're using, no. Oh, wow. Didn't mean to die there. That's okay. We're gonna take that one death as a learning session. So we lost our attack speed, which is obviously annoying. But we get like crit, and I feel like more crit. I mean, you want at least 50% crit for crit to feel like really efficient, because otherwise crit just doesn't feel that efficient. But you're also just literally putting less blips in the world, right? So the question rather is, if I have less oh, my mouse is almost empty. Oh no! If I have less attack speed but more crit, but then overall put less attacks in the world, that not be better? I definitely see more yellow numbers, so that's that. I wish I could take an aspect for crit. That would be useful. Right, if there was an aspect I could take for critical strikes. But I don't think we have one. I mean, there's one for occultist. But we're not using any occult skills. So slightly similar speed, right? Now I would like to kind of have like a DPS meter to gauge if we do just much better, right? Overall damage dealt in the dungeon or something. It's hard to put like a finger on it. I mean, we died, so that's definitely slowing us down that we died when you think about it. So if we take away that one death we had, I guess the more crit would have been faster. I mean, both are now a 3-minute finisher. But we say take that death away, ladies and gentlemen. Then somewhat faster, I guess. I think I would have to get rid of the fire damage multiplier for attack speed. That would be it. Okay, chat? If I now get that fire damage multiplier in my gloves, rid for attack speed, then I think we would be fine. What do you think? Scott, glad I came across your channel a few days ago. You've helped so much. My pleasure. Trying my best, sir. Can I do something to my gloves? I don't think I can, right? Nah, so that critical strike chance. Yeah, I need a new pair of gloves with a greater affix to critical strike damage, and then we'll need to see what we can do with that. Okay, well, chat, we know what we have to do tomorrow. So again, tomorrow you'll get the planner, okay? How to gear up as a new 70, super easy, random. I'll show you now something that will change, that will rattle your world, okay? If you're a new 70 and you don't know how to gear up, then you're going to literally just have to watch this video here. It's called Progression Secrets Season 14. This one here. It's like reach Torment 12 in 1 day. That's what I did. This is as soon as you're level 70, what do you do? Okay? I'm done for now, chat. I'm Gonzo. You should watch the video on the new Horadric Cube crafting secrets for an amulet with +6 to skill ranks. Okay, if you haven't done that yet. I'll be back tomorrow so we can absolutely juice this build out. We're not going to stop until we have pit 120 down, maybe even higher. You do notice the potential of the build, I think. I will revamp the complete Paragon board because I think we can get a lot out of this Paragon board more in terms of resistances, maximum life, everything. Until then, I wish you a great, fantastic night, day, evening, everything, okay? I hope you have a plenty beautiful time, and I hope to see you all here tomorrow again. So take care. See you soon.